I'd like to call tonight's meeting to order at 5 PM for the City Council of the City of Glendora. For the audience here tonight, the City of Glendora utilizes hybrid meeting format that allows participation both in person and virtually. And in consideration of others during the meeting, please silence your phones and refrain from speaking unless recognized. Again, it's a public meeting, the community of Glendora. We appreciate your respect and participation in the evening or in the meeting tonight. Let the record show that all council members are present. And I'd like to ask the city attorney to read the closed session title into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and any who may be joining us virtually. The city council has a very busy closed session series of agenda items, all of which involve real property negotiations. And the authority to discuss these real property negotiations in closed session is Government Code Section 54956.8. The first such closed session real property discussions will involve real properties whose assessor parcel numbers are printed on the closed session agenda. The second closed session will be involved in a discussion of property whose common street address is 1762 Dale Road and whose assessor parcel number is also printed in the closed session agenda. And the last set of real property negotiations will involve discussions of property at 1535 Heritage Place, 349 Juanita, and 349 Juanita. And their assessor parcel numbers are also printed in the closed session agenda. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Bill. With that, I will open public comment. If any member of the public wishes to speak on these items, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. There is no one here in person to speak on this item. Is there anybody on Zoom?
No, I don't have anybody.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and close public comment. And I would like to note, just because we had a public meeting about it this past week, the item number 1, it has the parcel numbers in there, but it does pertain to the property on San Jose Avenue here in the city of Glendora. And we will report out after the meeting. So with that, I'll recess us into closed session. You ready? Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I would like to reconvene our meeting into open session at 7:01 and tell you it's glad to have a crowd back in here again. We'll be having a conversation. I'll tell you, as we went through COVID and we didn't have anybody around, and as we've been getting back, we just haven't had a large population of residents coming around. I guess that means we're either doing a good job or people aren't paying attention. So we love the fact that everybody's here tonight. We'll have a robust conversation. We'll get started here in a few minutes. At this point, I'd like to ask our city attorney to read us out of closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, joining us in person or virtually. Council had a very busy closed session tonight, starting at 5 o'clock. The majority of tonight's closed session was spent in discussing real property negotiations with property identified by its assessor parcel numbers in the closed session agenda, but commonly known as the San Jose property. This property has been declared surplus by the city council and is subject to state law under the Surplus Lands Act. There was a privileged and confidential briefing of the city council. In particular, the mayor reported on a public meeting that was hosted by he and the mayor pro tem with residents surrounding these properties, where their concerns, issues, and inputs were discussed in detail with the council. There followed a detailed discussion of the requirements of the State Public Lands Surplus Lands Act and its requirements. There was then a detailed discussion of two proposals that are under active consideration. Questions were asked and answered. There was an extensive discussion on which, if either of those proposals, the city should move forward with. And the council unanimously gave staff and the city attorney's office direction on how to best proceed. In order to maintain the confidentiality of these negotiations, the details of those directives will not be shared publicly. Secondly, with respect to the property whose common street address is 1762 Dale Road, there was a privileged and confidential briefing by staff and the city attorney on the terms and conditions under which relocation assistance obligations could be satisfied by the city. A draft terms and conditions of a possible settlement agreement with respect to those obligations was reviewed with the city council and unanimously approved in principle. And finally, the city council unanimously directed staff to proceed with appraisals of the potential easement value of certain properties identified as 1535 Heritage Place and 349 East Juanita, both in Glendora, both identified by their assessor parcel numbers. And with that, Mr. Mayor, that concludes our closed session report. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Bill. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone to stand for an invocation led by Pastor Rio Martinez of the Glendora Alliance Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Joy. Pastor.
Let us pray. Mighty God, as we gather in this chamber tonight, I am reminded that tomorrow is Flag Day. An excerpt from the poem, I Am the Flag reads, "My name is Old Glory. I fly atop the world's tallest buildings. I stand watch in America's halls of justice. I fly majestically over institutions of learning. I stand guard with power in the world. Look up and see me. I stand for peace, honor, truth, and justice. I stand for freedom." Indeed, as the U.S. flag is flown at these places, the U.S. flag is also flown outside Glendora City Hall and displayed within this chamber. The symbol of American virtue compels us to strive to live to a higher standard, but it is by your grace, O God, that we are empowered to rise to this standard. As a country, may we never cease to do what is right and good in your sight. May we not lose your favor. Bless our country and bless our city. Bless this council and the public servants of Glendora, and quicken their spirits to be sensitive to your will. May you be pleased with all that transpires tonight. O God, be honored tonight in all things. In the name of Jesus, we pray, amen.
Amen. Then, Joy, if you come up to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. Can you all cite the Pledge of Allegiance with me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask if anyone wishes to reorder our agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask that we provide our special guest the chance to speak first. So move item 5 ahead of item 4, please.
Okay, any objection? Okay, well, with that, I would like to invite Carolyn Coleman, Executive Director of the League of California Cities, now known as Cal Cities, to give us an update. Welcome, Carolyn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I guess it's a good start that there was no objection.
Oh, wait a second. I have to ask for public comment.
On
before
this
you-
item only.
Okay, yeah, I do need to open public comment, not about peacocks, about this, Carolyn speaking tonight from the League of California Cities. So I want to open the public comment period. Does anybody wish to speak about anything Carolyn may have to say? Okay, anybody on Zoom? Nope, then I'll close public comment and we got to follow the rules. Okay, thanks, Carolyn. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm on a roll right now. No one wanted to speak and there were no objections. Again, Carolyn Coleman, honored to be the Executive Director of the League of California Cities, representing so many of your voices in the state legislature and in a number of other places. To Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for inviting me to join you tonight. I also want to bring greetings from my president, Ali Taj from Artesia. He says to tell you hello. And I also want to acknowledge that I'm here with one of my amazing colleagues, Jennifer Kwan. So happy to have her with us as well. You know, as I was walking into the building tonight, I was reminded of my own tenure in a city hall in Indiana. Today, it's like 10 million years ago when I did that. But I certainly remember that experience fondly. And today, I remain grateful for the newly elected mayor who rescued me from the practice of law and said, come work in City Hall with me. So it was a good choice for me. I also want to say sincerely thank you to the city of Glendora for being a member of the League of California Cities. This year, we're going to celebrate our 125th anniversary. And I think that speaks to the strength and effectiveness of Cal Cities as an organization, but it also speaks to the organization's willingness to evolve and change over time. We work hard every day in Sacramento and across the state to protect your interest, not only in Sacramento and the state legislature, but also at the ballot box, as well as in the courts. The strength of our organization and the success of what we do lobbying for you is because as cities, we try to speak with one voice and we try to speak with a united voice. And I like many of you, I share your frustration that in recent years, the state legislature has chosen not to necessarily listen and to hear our voices. We've evolved as an organization. The legislature has evolved as an organization, but we remain committed to the mission that was established way back in 1898, and that is to protect and expand local control through our advocacy and our education on behalf of all those who call California home. The legislature has not made that easy in the last several years. They have passed somewhere, Jennifer, I'm losing count, somewhere near 100 bills to affect the housing system, to try in their view to reverse what has really been a decades crisis, decades in the making. From where I sit every day in Sacramento, I don't believe these laws that they have passed have turned the tide on our housing crisis. They have not resulted in the affordable housing that they have promised to produce. Instead, what it has meant is that you all are regularly changing ordinances, changing land use plans, to try to be and to get into compliance with state law. We all know that if we were really to make a dent and reverse what's happening in our state when it comes to affordable housing, and if we really want to produce more, then we need the state to become a partner again with local governments, with a tool similar to the very successful and highly effective redevelopment funding that we had so many years ago. We can all look back at the records and see that the redevelopment funding did in fact produce thousands and thousands of affordable units of housing each and every year. Now, that's not to say there weren't some flaws in how that tool may have been administered. I wasn't here at that time, but you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You make the law better and you make it work for modern times. That's what evolving looks like. But I digress there. We will continue as an organization to call on the legislature to find a new tool, a more modern tool to help support the production of affordable housing in California. It doesn't have to be what we did 10 years ago, but we do need a new tool and a new state partnership to get this done. So what have we been focused on at Cal Cities this year? I'm going to talk about 4 priorities that we have been focused on at Cal Cities. And these are priorities that have been informed by you, our members. Of course, we're focused on housing. We're calling for the state to continue to invest in funding so that our cities, while we're all working to get our housing elements in order, can actually produce the affordable housing called for in those plans. There is some good news this year in that the chair of the Assembly Housing Committee is moving forward a $10 billion affordable housing bond. And so we are, of course, supporting that effort as it finds its way and winds its way through the legislature. But there wouldn't be a session in California without a bill that would also seek to further erode local government authority. Several years ago, we all fought hard against SB 35 by Senator Wiener that preempted local government authority. That, as it turns out, was a bill that had a sunset on it. I guess that was the good part of that bill. It had a sunset on it. This year, Senator Wiener has filed a bill, SB 423, that would extend the SB 35 framework for housing. Cal Cities continues to oppose that measure. It was bad law back in 2018 when it first passed. It's bad policy today. We are joined by some labor groups in that opposition, but as it moves to the second chamber, it's going to be a tall order. We have 100 cities at this point who have joined Cal Cities in opposing the legislation. I hope that Glendora is one of them, and if you're not, that you will also join in opposing that legislation. I think it really helps, besides Cal Cities using its voice, for us to be able to say, Mr. and Mrs. Legislator, here are 100, 200, 400 cities by name who also oppose this legislation. So that's the focus on the housing front. We have been effective this session in stalling some housing bills. They might get new life next year, but we've held them off for now. We've also been focused very much on efforts to address homelessness. I know that is also some of the work that you all are doing in this community. We've had a very clear, simple ask of the legislature this year. As you pass a budget to the legislature and the governor, as you pass a budget, we're asking for $3 billion in ongoing funding to invest in helping our local communities address homelessness. Now, the good news that's happened around that request this session is that over 30 legislators actually signed on to a letter supporting that request. That's big. That's significant for us to get that many legislators supporting that request. We also have a very broad-based, powerful coalition of statewide organizations who are supporting that request. Now, the governor continues to say, we don't have the money to do that. We don't have the resources to do that. A lot of folks want to remind me about the budget deficit and that this is not a good year to be asking for $3 billion in ongoing funding. I like to remind them that last year, when there was $100 billion surplus in the budget, we asked for ongoing funding. It also wasn't a good year to get that done. We will continue to ask the legislature and urge the legislature to make ongoing funding to address what is an ongoing crisis in our cities, a priority. So stay tuned for that. The Assembly and the Senate just announced a budget agreement yesterday. We're busy combing through that. If we don't get the $3 billion in ongoing funding, we certainly want to make sure that the resources the governor and the legislature committed to us in previous years to address homelessness continue to be a part of that budget bill as it goes forward. So in worst case, I don't want to go backwards in terms of the funding, although we may not get all that we want this year. Cal Cities is also very focused on public safety issues. Again, we're hearing quite a bit more in our communities about the uptick in crime. We've been partnering with the police chiefs as well as the retailers on reform efforts around Proposition 47 to stop the serial offenders in our communities. Unfortunately, that effort has been stalled by the Assembly Public Safety Committee, but we're not going to take that as an answer. We will continue to push for some reforms to Prop 47. In addition, we know across the state, we're seeing a rise in fentanyl deaths. And I want to say thank you to the over 400 city officials from around the state who joined with Cal Cities in urging the legislature to take action now to help prevent more deaths related to fentanyl and also to hold the dealers of that terrible drug more accountable. Again, that effort has stalled a bit in the Assembly Public Safety Committee, but we're not finished yet. We're going to continue to press the case to move forward. In the final area that we've been focused on this session has to do with fiscal sustainability, and that's really about saying to the legislature, don't disrupt and interfere with local efforts to be on sound financial footing. We know after the pandemic and during the pandemic, so many of our cities took a hit, particularly as it related to their sales taxes. So we've been vigilant in monitoring any attempts to erode or interfere with local taxing authority. Recently, a bill was introduced, SB 584, that would add a 15% TOT tax on short-term rentals. That to date has been exclusively the province of local governments. The funds that would be raised from that would be used to support the construction of affordable housing. I'd like to say I appreciate the effort, but this is not the way to do that. We don't want the states, if it's a nose of the Campbell in the tent, connected to our local sales tax and to the TOT. So we are in negotiations with the sponsor of that bill. Laudable effort. Appreciate the effort. We do need funding for affordable housing. This is not the way to get that done. So stay tuned on that front. So that's a very quick sense of the landscape in a real time manner tonight. But I also want to close and talk about one other issue that I think is important, because I know several of you were at the League of California Cities annual conference last year in Long Beach. And we had a General Assembly to close the conference last year that left many of you, many city officials around the country frustrated with the lack of transparency around the rules of conduct, and frustrated in what appeared to be the inability to have discussion and debate around a resolution. We heard you loud and clear. I heard you loud and clear, and so did the board of the league. And they have approved a suite of changes that will be in play for the General Assembly when you're with us in Sacramento in September. That includes, one, a General Assembly that does not happen on the last day, the last item on the agenda. I understand that's important, but also a General Assembly where the rules of conduct are transparent and made widely available, especially to the voting delegates. And then finally, if a voice vote is not decisive and we have to move to an alternative method of a vote, rather than using those cards and having folks count the 400 or so folks in the room, we're investigating the use of technology to make that a much more efficient process if we have to go that far. So I could go on, but I see these folks back here. And I know when I've stayed potentially at the microphone for too long, but I come here tonight to say, thank you for your engagement, your involvement, and your membership in Cal Cities. I know a number of you serve on policy committees, so I will see you next week in person in Pomona doing that hard work. I hear your frustration about the legislature and some of their actions of late. And what I would just say to you is, let's stay united. Let's stay together. If we divide, then a legislature that's made up of a supermajority will certainly win. So let's be that disruptive force and nudge back on those efforts to interfere and trample on local authority, because it's clear that you all know better than Sacramento what's good for Glendora. So thank you for your time. Happy to answer questions, and thank you again.
Okay, Carolyn, thank you very much. And just for the audience, we asked for her to speak at first because it's important for you guys to hear that we as cities, there's over 400 members of the League of California Cities, are all working together to try to make sure that we're doing what's best for the residents of the state of California. So we appreciate your efforts. Jennifer, thank you for being here and your efforts locally. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, David, go ahead.
Actually, thank you for your time tonight to come see wonderful Glendora. I was at that seminar, and while I enjoyed the seminar and thought it was a great learning opportunity, the moment you talked about in the General Assembly left me completely disillusioned and discouraged. I have been assured by President Taj that that would be addressed. Thank you for those confirming words that it in fact has been, and a corrective action plan is in place. It sounds very encouraging. So thank you for following through on that commitment.
You're welcome.
And thanks
Thank
for
you.
your time this evening.
You're welcome.
Karen?
And I wanted to say thank you for being here tonight and sharing with us. And thank you to Jennifer for the great meeting a couple of weeks ago, addressing what you spoke of about the continuous retail theft. An assembly member from the South Bay, LA County Police Chiefs, and the Retail Association were represented to talk about possible grants, talk about working together. And so it was a very beneficial meeting. So thank you for all that you do on behalf of California Cities.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mendel?
Yes, I just want to, echo that and say thank you for taking time to come and share. I especially thank you for the affirming words at, the front end about what you're about, mission, and that you stand in that big gap that enables us to continue to operate, govern as how we would like and how we were elected to. And that continues to erode, as you have pointed out, and in your 4 points. And I think it's important for the public to hear that. And I just want to affirm you and your board not to give up, to fight on, and to ensure us that we will not lose the authority that we have. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Had to get that fight on in there, didn't you?
I knew that my Buckeye fan would catch that. So thank you.
Michael?
Carolyn, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate that. You and I have had conversations in the past about some frustrations that I have had. And first off, when you opened up, Jennifer's amazing because she not only has to deal with me, but she deals with many other cities, and there's times she gets quite frustrated. I think sometimes with the whole process and not just with individual cities, having displeasure. So as you know, last January, we had a meeting here and we talked about putting the league on notice because we were not happy. And I think you may remember that the league was known as the League of No. with the legislature. And then it went completely opposite direction. It went the League of the Legislature. Where are you now with that? I mean, has it come back to center? Where's your executive board on this? And you talked a lot about local control, and it seemed like there was a time frame that the league was basically not advocating for local control, but letting the legislature dictate.
I would say thank you for the comment and the question. The League of California Cities mission has not changed. We stand for local control. We stand for being in the fight to protect and promote local control. I also recognize a reality that says it's really important to be at the table. My team at Cal Cities, and several of you have heard me say this, when it comes to negotiating and fighting over a complicated policy, if you're not at the table, you will be on the menu. And in a legislature that has a supermajority, if we don't have a presence, either at the table symbolically, at the table physically, through the collective engagement and voices of city officials, they don't have a reason not to vote for us.
We hear that on a regular basis from the
Yeah.
legislature saying this exact same thing, which makes me wonder, what are they doing up there if they're thinking that way and not being independent? So another question is, how does the league ever sponsor their own bills to push back?
Yes, the league regularly sponsors bills, and Jennifer would be happy, even this session would be happy to provide historical record of the bills we have sponsored.
Last question, what are your thoughts on the Attorney General of the State of California who's made it an effort to go after cities criminally if we don't work with them or pass certain laws for housing?
Well, I think there's a judicial system that will sort that out. The Attorney General has discretion to do what he is doing. Do I support that? No, I'm going to go back to, I think cities need more tools. They need more support. They need more carrots, not sticks, from the state legislature. If we as a state are going to be effective in producing the kind of housing that we need to ensure that all of our families have a place to live and raise a family. It's a personal opinion. I don't think the hammers are working. They're not producing more housing.
Just for the audience to know, we're required to zone for density based on the numbers we get from SCAG. Please, what, 2,600 homes we have to zone for? Cities don't build anything, but if the housing doesn't get built, then the state of California is going to come after the cities and our internal bureaucracy for not making it happen when we don't build a thing.
I think we have, it's a shared system, right? With shared responsibilities. We have a responsibility to plan for and to zone and to approve housing. We don't build it, and affordable housing does not get built without subsidy.
And so is your executive committee on board for local control?
My executive committee, my board
The board,
support the mission of Cal Cities.
and that is local control.
They support the mission of Cal Cities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, Carolyn, thank you very much for coming down. Carolyn made a trip down from Northern California to speak to us in person and to some other communities to make sure that we understand that we do have partnerships that we're fighting for. I want to share Michael's opinion that Jennifer does an amazing job locally. And Jennifer, I do want to thank you for putting up with Michael.
Yeah.
So.
I think we all second
But
that
yeah,
one,
we all agree with that.
Stay
You know,
silent. I didn't get a question.
That means she gets a raise.
but you know, the important thing always to remember as we sort of move up the food chain and we're having these discussions at a higher level, we sometimes forget the people that are sitting in this audience. And I trust that Cal Cities understands that there is a need to fight to make sure that we have the ability at a local level,
Yeah.
because this is the best type of government we can have, that we can have people sit in this audience, look us in the eye, and have the opportunity to share their opinions with us.
May
So-
I make one more comment, Mr. Mayor? I agree with you wholeheartedly. There's a reason the local level of government every year is rated the most trusted level of government. And I said to Adam earlier when I spoke with him about a trip here, this is good for me. I live a lot in Sacramento, but this reminds me of why we do what we do. So thank you for having me.
No, thank you for being here tonight, and total coincidence that we had this type of crowd and you happen to be here, but it worked out for our residents to understand what we're dealing with, and please share that with all of your neighbors and for you to get a little bit of an idea as to what, how we work together here locally.
I'd say bring him to Sacramento the next.
No. We just may do that. Carolyn, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor. Adam wanted to say-
Adam, did you have?
I was just gonna say thank you. I know there's, almost 500 cities that are a part of Cal Cities, and for you to come down in the middle of the legislative craziness that's going on in Sacramento, we very much appreciate it. We know you have lots of places to be, and flying down this evening was super appreciative. I'm sure not to only those in the audience, but I know to the council members up here. So thank you very much.
No, thank you. Okay, with that, it is time to open public comment. And invite members of the public to address the city council. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, speaking once, both on and off item agendas. If you're in attendance, please fill out the speaker card. We have a number of these tonight. Each speaker is entitled to 3 minutes, but with a lot of them, if you can try to get your comments across in as short a time possible, it'd be appreciated. We'll be here later. We also have the opportunity to participate via Zoom. So anybody that's joining us via Zoom, you'll be called on in a little bit. So at this point, I would like to go ahead and start. And I'm going to start with Hector Rojero from Project 29. Hector, join us.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you all again. I'm, as you know, a resident here at Glendora and a board member for Project 2911, a food bank in Covina. And the numbers keep growing for the people who do need help and support. So we're out here actually spreading the word about what we do. As well, we have been announcing here that there is an open house, that we did have an open house back in Wednesday last week. And we are very thankful for the 2 board members that showed up, David and Michael. Thank you guys for coming as well. Michael's wife came as well. And we're just very thankful for them for showing up, and they got to see the internal workings of the operation and what we do and how much we give. And we're very thankful for that. And I do have a gift for all the board members, and the board members who showed up, they get an extra bonus gift. So it's a little coffee mug with Project 2911 there. And it does have a seal when we got voted as the 2021 California Nonprofit of the Year. So each one of you get a coffee mug as well. For Michael and David and Michael's wife, Cynthia, we have a little extra candies. So, and as well, just a quick reminder, our goal for the open house was to raise some money for a cargo van for the Project 2911. We're kind of limited in space, and a cargo van is perfect for some of the needs we have. We do have 1 van and 2 trucks right now, but the cargo van is something we don't have, and it just makes it easier for just picking up and dropping off some of the food. We got plenty of other needs, but that was kind of our key thing, and just wanted to bring that up there. But again, anybody in the audience is welcome to come. It's right across the street to check out the food bank there. It's right across the street from the Covina Fire Department and Police Station off of 2nd Street. So you guys are welcome to come. And I will go ahead and leave these up here.
Leave those there.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Hector, thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
personally, I owe you an apology. I told you I was coming to the open house. And I would like to say that I got extremely busy and missed it. But to be honest with you, my wife last Wednesday night at about 7:30 goes, weren't you supposed to be somewhere tonight? So I am human, but I do apologize.
Okay. Well, you'll have a
I'll
remembrance here
remember with my
for
mother.
next time, okay?
Okay, thank you, Hector.
You got it.
Okay, next up, we got Eric Ortiz. Is Eric here? Okay, how about Carol Dombrowski? Welcome, Carol.
Hi, I'm a I'm a owner of a house in Baja Glendora. It's near the house that you're going to be tearing down, and that's why I'm here. I only learned about this project yesterday, to have the houses going to be torn down and houses built for other people living there. I'm appalled at how sneaky you have been with the project that isn't necessary and is one-sided. What about the houses on Bonita Street that have been residents that sell drugs? We also know of a house on Dale that sells drugs and has 15 to 20 people living in and out of there. The owner of the house is aware of that. But talking about the house in on that road, I can't remember the name of all the.
Dale Road.
Dale, thank you. The city is being sneaky about the project. None of us ever heard about it except 2 days ago. And I say shame on you to tear down a historic house. It could be protected, as well as using it for homeless people until they are helped to get back by being normal. The house you are going to tear down is a historical house that could be fixed up and have classes for themselves. The one in the town next to us, they have a house like that, a building that people have things, and it's as old as this one. For you to tear it down is a terrible thing. You should do things in a logical order and let us know what you're doing. It's been 2 to 3 years to finally see that the restaurant on Grand Avenue and Laxford is going to be finally torn down. I don't know what you're doing with your city, but Baja Glendora down there is really getting upset with what's being had. Why tear that building down? It's a fantastic home that the owner of the area had lived there, and it's a beautiful home. It should be fixed up and you could have your people there. Why have them in little houses along there? This is ridiculous. And we're getting a lot of bad people living in those areas doing drugs and stuff, and nobody cares.
Okay, Carol, thank you. And we will comment on that when we're done with the public comment. Next up, I've got Michelle or Arthur Rios.
Good evening.
Hello, welcome, Michelle.
I'm also here to give my input on the 1762 Dale Road property. I've lived in Glendora 11 years, and I moved to Glendora because Glendora prides itself on a very nice manicured city. For 3 years, we had to deal with that restaurant, like Carol said, riffraff coming into our neighborhood, homeless people, break-ins, graffiti, only for them to come back, paint it over, graffiti it again. We have the skilled nursing facility on the corner that parks on our street, leaves trash every time they get out of work. We have drugs down on Bonita, another house over there and another business that's dealing drugs. Now they want to tear down that historic home and put a facility for homeless people that I think will just come and drag back into our city again in our streets. We have elderly people, we have small children living in our neighborhood. I'm just here to give my input that I don't think that's a good decision. I thought they could use that for additional parking for that skilled nursing facility to get them off our streets. And I guess we found out a couple days ago that they're gonna build that assisted living site. And I'm just really, really worried about it because everybody's leaving California in droves because of this kind of stuff. They're catering to the homeless. They're catering to the homeless. Well, the homeless don't want to be helped. They want to be in the street. They want to be off the grid. But they think that they can put that in our city and that's going to help us. It's not. Homeless people need mental health help, not a home.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. Okay, next I've got Bill O'Connor. Bill? Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. I'm here to talk about the peacock issue. That's what I'm here for. I haven't had a good night's sleep in about 3 months. And so I want to give you an idea what 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning is like for me. If I can. That's what I hear every night. Every night. So I'm pretty hoping that you guys will do something about this problem, because I know that most of the people are here to talk about the peacocks walking around and what they do walking around. But you can't get a good night's sleep when this is what you hear all night long. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Bill. Next, I've got Margot O'Connor.
This is another peacock thing.
Welcome, Margot.
Mr. Mayor, council members. Peacocks are not indigenous to our area. However, the great horned owls are. Many people see the peacocks as a novelty, a big bird with beautiful plumage. Most people are unaware that these large birds can actually fly to the highest treetops to roost during the night. These invaders begin to scream in the middle of the night, as Mr. O'Connor showed you, only louder than that. And they continue their loud calls until late morning and many times throughout the day. The presence of the peacocks in our area have all but driven the owls away. The owls roost in the treetops and are disturbed by the peacocks that are taking over their natural habitat. This is creating an unfortunate imbalance in nature where we live and have until recently enjoyed peaceful nights as well as days. Please consider doing something about it. Get some peacock guys that come and trap them. There are other cities that have done that. We can do that. You know, you don't have to have antique street lights. This isn't Disneyland. It's our home. And we want the peace and quiet that we moved here to get.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. Next up, Rebecca Trejo. Okay, welcome tonight, Rebecca.
Hi, thank you. My name's Rebecca Trejo, about the peacocks too. When I was 12 years old, growing up here, I met my husband at youth group. 20 years later, with a toddler in tow, we bought our very first home, less than a block away from that church on Glendora Avenue, where we first met. Within a week, our 2-year-old son knew the name of every neighbor on our block. It was idyllic. We hung a rope swing on our 80-foot cedar tree, which unbeknownst to us, was the overnight roost for dozens of peacocks. We found out about them right away, though, as we scrubbed layers of feces off our patio every morning. But we put up with that and much, much more, because to our toddler, these birds were magical, like they are to a lot of people. But then mating season began, and the male peacocks began attacking our toddler in our front yard, in our backyard, in our driveway, you name it. Our son quickly became too afraid to play in his own sandbox or ride his scooter outside. So something had to change. Now, my neighbors are here, they know we would never, ever harm any animal, let alone these beloved birds. So my husband found a type of water gel pellet that seemed to startle them just enough to keep them out of our tree. 4 of our neighbors bought these same pellets and came together to help us shoo the birds away each evening. We did all this in conversation with the city, and we started making some real progress. But it was during this time, though, that one woman, not a neighbor of ours, posted misinformation about us and the peacocks online. She posted our address, photos of our home, our names, the name of my child. Excuse me. And incited people to come to, I'm so sorry, and incited people to come harass us at our home. I didn't think that there were people who valued birds over the health and safety of my child, but I was wrong. The comments on that internet thread cannot be repeated in this room. Strangers and non-residents descended upon our home, vandalized our property, screamed profanities at our child, and threatened and berated us. I had to call the Glendora PD 9 evenings in a row to come to our home. I programmed them into my speed dial. It was traumatizing, to say the least. And even as our entire block came together in our defense and to our aid, I could not shake the feeling that in our own house, our dream house, we were unsafe. In an attempt to stop these belligerent strangers, we built a garden wall around the front of our property. The incidents began to taper off, but as I tucked my son in at night, I still had to explain to him at 2 years old that not all neighbors are friendly neighbors after all. We can go outside now without worrying about strangers attacking us mostly, but unfortunately, I can't say the same for the peacocks. The city should have been maintaining these birds. They should have been maintaining them long before they attacked my child, and definitely before people came to my home attempting to take matters into their own hands. I came here tonight just to make sure that each of you have heard my story, and now that you have, to see what you plan to do about it.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Next, I've got Amy Engelbrecht. Howdy, Amy, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I am 1 year new to the city of Glendora. I have to admit that I was kind of surprised about the peacocks. Somehow we didn't see a single bird during our buying process. But when we moved there, we quickly realized how many there were. I admit at first I found it fascinating. I would sit with my young daughter and watch in awe as the birds flew in and out of the trees to start and end their days. But my fascination quickly grew to frustration as I had to constantly shoo 5 to 10 birds out of my backyard. They were pooping all over our furniture, yard, roof, driveway, in the pool, and right outside the doors. Then mating season started and the damage got worse. We have had 3 large brand new windows damaged and 2 cars. Not to mention every person who has ever come to visit or work has had to deal with getting the birds off of their cars. Also, the staining of the poop on the concrete, which, by the way, is parasitic and keeps making my dog sick. When I started asking people in the area what they thought, most said they didn't like it, but there was nothing we could do. And I thought, really? That's crazy. So I called the city to find out. They told me that they knew about the problem. They are trying to figure out a way to handle it. And they also informed me that they were just informed that these birds are not protected and it is legal to relocate them. And they gave me the name of a peacock trapper. So there is a solution. Other cities with peafowl have programs for this. Does the city actually know how many birds we have? I'm just curious, because if we don't have a head count, we can't really manage the problem. The people that feed these birds are essentially creating their own peacock farms at their houses, which contributes to neighbors having more disruption and damage. The stress of having to protect our property 24/7 from these large feral birds is too much. We need to find a solution to this mess because we all deserve peace in our homes.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Sheila McClure. Welcome, Sheila.
Hello. First of all, I just want to thank all of you for serving the city, because I know it takes a lot of time and effort. So I want to thank you first before I say this. So anyways, first of all, I just want to say off script is that I am so moved and pained by hearing the stories that are so reminiscent of my life and what I've experienced with the peacocks. It's just, hearing the screaming, it's like I'm in my backyard. It's a lot. So, this month marks my 25th year as a resident of Glendora. My husband was born and raised here. We had our daughter Juliet, and we moved back here because it's a wonderful community and they're amazing people and we love it. From the time we bought our house, I love the peacocks. Sorry, I love them too. I loved them. They were charming. My daughter loved them. We love them. They're beautiful. Why wouldn't you love them? They make Glendora unique. They really do. They add a charm. But sadly, over the last 3 or 4 years, their population, as all of us know, has exploded and they've become a real nuisance. While they're so beautiful to the people, seeing them roaming up and down the streets, they're a terrible pest for many of us that are living, they're living in our front and backyards, and we have to endure that. On any given day, you heard the screaming, they wake me up too, screaming late at night and early in the morning. And it's not just one, as you heard, it's one that's calling to another one, that's calling to another one, that's calling to another one. I wear earplugs. Turns out Amy wears earplugs too. In my guest bedroom, I have earplugs to make sure that people can sleep when they come to my home. I mean, it's that loud. We've gotten, double pane windows. I have a noisemaker, all these things that I've done, and it still doesn't help me. It's very hard to sleep. They poop. You just heard about that. My dog also has pancreatitis and I've had to take her in multiple times. She eats the poop. I can't keep it clean because it's just constant. They destroy flowers, especially roses, and they decimate gardens. I did the petition. I took it around to the neighborhood, had people sign that didn't want to, wanted to have something done with the peacocks. And many people said, they can't keep gardens in our neighborhood. They have grapevines and they can't keep the grapevines because the peacocks get into them. And then the pecking they do on our cars and the damage that they've done. I have heard from numerous neighbors that I spoke to while circulating the petition and on the Nextdoor app, as some of you know, that I commented on, that many Glendora residents do ignore the signs to feed the peacocks, and they feed them. But here's the thing. I understand the sentiment. I mean, it's very kind, and I love animals and I love birds, but when you feed the peacocks dog or cat food or seeds, what are you doing? You're increasing the size of their clutches, which in turn means they have more chicks, which means directly led to the overpopulation. So the majority of residents, they see the peacocks and they love the plumage and adorable chicks and think they're charming. But here's the deal. Those of us bearing the burden of this noise and this mess, we are asking for your help tonight to reduce the local peacock population to a manageable level for all residents by regulating their population and transporting the surplus to humane sanctuaries and other suitable habitats. And ending on what Carolyn Coleman said this evening, I think you can see we're uniting together as neighbors to try to make Glendora better for everybody and equitable.
Okay, thank
So
you.
thank you
Sheila.
so much.
Next, I got Kelly Dunaway. Howdy, Kelly. Welcome.
So I'm going to read this so I can get it done in 3 minutes. I have lived on a street in Glendora with peacocks since 1997. I definitely have a love-hate relationship with them. Yes, they are beautiful, but they are also very messy and destructive. At one point, we had 20+ peacocks sleeping in our oak tree. When my kids were young, they could not run around in our front yard or even walk on our pathway to and from our front door without tracking peacock poop in my house or in my car. It was everywhere. It was awful. Over the years, the situation has changed. Right now, I only have one male peacock that sleeps in our oak tree and about 5 or 6 females that hang out on my porch during the day, still making a huge mess. My front porch gets covered in poop. Not just the floor, the railings, the tables, the seats, everything. And it's not even an option for me to spur of the moment, sit out and enjoy my porch. It takes me 30 minutes to clean it up to even just to be able to sit out there. It's pretty gross. But the one male in my tree is aggressive to the point where he has caused damage to our cars and our home. Over the last 20+ years, there have been thousands and thousands of dollars in damage. The male peacock is very territorial. They see themselves in a reflection, whether it's our car, solar panels, sliding glass doors. They see themselves and thinks it's another male. They start fighting with their reflection by pecking at them nonstop. This can literally go on for hours. They have scratched up all our cars, ruined the paint. They have scratched up our solar panels. My neighbor had one fight himself in in her sliding glass door to the point where it started bleeding. So besides the cracks and the scratches, there was blood everywhere. I know this is somewhat new for you all hearing these complaints, but I promise that the city has been hearing these complaints for years. I started back in the late 90s and early 2000s, but was always told that they are protected and there was nothing anyone can do. Fast forward 20 years, updating research, now they're no longer protected, and other cities have implemented programs to help the residents to control the population and relocate some of these to farms where they can live peacefully. It's very humane and safe. As a Glendora resident, I'm asking for your help. I'm not asking to get rid of them. I'm asking for your help, like other cities help their residents by controlling the population and helping remove and relocate some of these destructive males. And lastly, think of the peacock safety. I'm sure the male at my house would rather live on a beautiful farm without having us humans stressing him out by chasing him off our property or getting into a fight with a fake opponent in his reflection to the point where he bleeds. None of this would happen if he wasn't around items that are found in a neighborhood. So thank you for your time.
Okay, Kelly, thank you very much. Okay, I have no other cards. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Okay. Come on up, you state your name and.
My name is Jonathan Lane. I live at 547 North Vermont Avenue, which is in the peak, which is in the center of Peacocks. Excuse me as I grab my notes here. I've lived in Glendora for over 20 plus years at that residence. And what started out as 2 peafowl originally has turned into over 7 dozen just in 20 years. That's not including the pea chicks that have just recently hatched. The damage in the past 20 years to our vehicles has exceeded $35,000. That not includes the company vehicles that I've driven over those past 20 years where that company would have had to file a claim. I filed claims with the city. They've all been denied. And the response was, we're not liable for it. You are, actually. This does not include the damage to our friends who have visited us, and this does not include the damage to other personal property, including, you've heard tonight, solar panels. I'd love to get solar panels, but I'm not going to get them if they're just going to get damaged. And but my apologies as well. When peafowl attack, they defecate all over the place. So they will go and attack your car and poop all over the entire around the area of the car. And then when water restrictions were enforced, we can't go hose off our driveway. So do we get fined by the city for hosing it off? Or do we go on ahead and just say, well, screw it, we're just going to hose it off anyways. That's what we do. You know, the interesting thing, you heard the noise from one of the members tonight was roosters aren't allowed in the city according to the city ordinance. Why is that? Why is that? Roosters aren't allowed, and we know that roosters are loud, but peacocks are louder. In section 8.04.20 4A, in the past, it was proposed that in this ordinance, it said that 2 peacocks were allowed per home. But if those peacocks were to have babies, those peacocks were supposed to be expelled, relocated, removed to another location. It doesn't say that anymore. So I want to know why. Why was this ordinance changed without our knowledge? It now says you're allowed 10. Explain to me how you're supposed to control 10 peacocks in this neighborhood. Who changed the ordinance and why? We're not allowing roosters, we're allowing peacocks. At the end of the day, you know, I appreciate the signage, I really do, but there's not one at Vermont and Virginia. And it's absolutely amazing to me that we shouldn't be exhausting GPD resources to come and enforce these codes. We didn't enforce the feeding of it before. We didn't enforce the expelling the 10 peacock babies before that either. We got to do something. There's some really good people out there. Lastly, we don't have a public works director. I see the street ballot down here. We don't have a public work director. Why are we implementing a streetlight ballot measure when we don't have a public works director? Our roads are horrible. We got to figure something else out besides that. So, thank you.
Hey, welcome, Michael.
Hi, thank you. Also, nothing prepared, just gonna, I was here to support those that are discussing the peacocks. I also live on North Vermont. Been here for 10 years. Again, not going to argue that they're beautiful birds, but they do cause an incredible amount of damage. If we had, if there was a resident of the city going around, keying people's cars, cracking windows, I really feel like the city would do something about it, whether it's the police department or someone else. We've gone to the police department and been told nothing could be done. We've gone to the city and been told nothing could be done. We've literally had tens of thousands of dollars of damage worth to our private property, our cars, and actually our home, because part of our roof is partially flat. And we would have multiple peacocks for years that we could not get rid of them, could not get them off of our roof. So they created a low spot in our roof, which started collecting water when all that rain happened. And then we ended up leaking into our home and had to replace our roof because of these peacocks. Again, the numbers have just exploded on my block alone. My daughter and I, one evening, they recently trimmed the trees and we counted, I think we stopped at 46 before we lost count of the peacocks. It's just really out of control, doing incredible amounts of damage, not only to public property. One of these days, you see there's children that are running around on their bikes. I've seen cars swerve to avoid peacocks. I've seen cars, 45 miles an hour traveling down Sierra Madre slam on their brakes because of a peacock. One of these days there's going to be a serious accident because of these birds. And we should really care more about the residents of this community than these birds that don't even belong here. So,
Thanks, Michael. Okay, next I've got Steve, and Steve, your handwriting's worse than mine. Welcome tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody listening in on what we have to say. I just found out about the Dell property last night that I just got back from a horrible trip, and my backyard backs up to that property. I do not want to see low-income families living directly behind my house that I leave all my windows open. Then I'm gonna have to lock my house up every night, and I don't like that. I'm also here to discuss Burton Road. I have called about Burton Road for years. The tree next to my house at 1743, that was the largest tree on that street, has now been removed. They have new neighbors living at that house, but that tree has destroyed your street. It also destroyed my driveway. And the neighbors that previously lived at that house had to pay for my driveway to get it fixed. But at that time, I called the city and said, hey, look, there's a claim out there right now that you can fix our roads because we don't have sidewalks. And you can't, if you don't watch what you're doing, if you're walking on the street, like I walk my dog, you can trip and you can break your ankle. And then you guys are going to have a lawsuit because I've already brought this to your attention numerous times and no one's doing anything about it. So we need to do something. We have every street back there has been repaved except Burton Road. And we're the last street on that cul-de-sac. So I really hope that you guys can take care of these two problems. I'm totally against Dale, but Burton needs to be fixed.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Anybody else before we move on? Oh.
We just found out low-income housing situation going in. My house backs up directly in back of what apparently is going to be a new building development. And I understand the need for low-income housing. But I also understand that it needs to be done with a lot of care. There's a lot of people in there who have had their homes for years, have lived there, and now they're going to be faced with a whole new scenario. Apparently, I don't know very little about it, except I heard that there's going to be 45 units going back there, and I don't know the size of it. Is it going to be single story, 2, 3? If a multiple story building is built, it'll be looking right down in my backyard. So I don't know what to say, except I think just about everybody there is not gonna like that. It's gonna definitely have an effect on value and our way of life. So I guess we just want answers and see what happens. I know very little about it.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Okay, do we have anybody on Zoom who wishes to speak?
If anybody's on Zoom, if you can please click on the raise hand icon so we can have you speak if you would like to talk. I don't have any.
Nobody on Zoom? Do we have one more person that, okay? Come on up, introduce yourself, and you can give the card to their clerk.
Hi, everybody. My name's Laura Harriman. I also live on Carter Drive, and we learned that you all are putting in low income housing and also an area for the homeless or campsite, or I don't know what it is really that you all are doing back there. But it's evidently been in escrow for a couple of months. We just heard about it. And I know a lot of people have been, selling their homes as, they have all over the place. But what about these brand new people that have been paying such high prices? And you're not allowed to really, I don't think in real estate, I'm not sure, discriminate by saying this is going in, or you have to have a quiet neighborhood. In certain areas, that's looked down on, just to even say something like that when you're renting houses. Also, this is very, very disturbing because we would have to I think you have to disclose something like that. I would want to know if I were buying a place that they're going to put 45 units behind the house that I might want to sell. And that it could be, I mean, there's lots of places in Glendora that you wouldn't, well, wherever you live, I'm sure that's not going in. But they picked the lowest, the most, I guess the lower price houses in Glendora to set this camp or whatever it's going to be, 45 houses. And I think it's really taking, people by surprise, first of all. And it's very kind of discouraging that other people didn't even know about it and they've already purchased homes in that area. What about the people that need to sell? What's going to happen when they say that and their price of their property goes down because of this decision? I mean, aren't there other ways that you can spread it out all over the place? Does it just have to be in our area and lower the prices of homes? Not to mention, the restaurant the Palms restaurant, for such a long time, we've been experiencing graffiti all over it. They have weed abatement signs all over the place. Nothing's being done. Well, today I went out and I did see like a big ditch digger or whatever it is. I don't know if it's the owners or what, a cat ditch digger. I don't know what's going in there. But, I don't think it's right that people don't disclose these things and catch everybody. And it all happens all at once to the people that are, have lived there for years and years and years. Just think, I mean, well, how would you like it if it were right in your neighborhood? I think it's, I don't know.
Okay, we appreciate
But
it.
thank you.
Thank you.
I know.
Give your card to our clerk, please. Okay, well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment period, and I'm going to bring it back to council for comments and reports, but out of character, I'm going to go first to note a couple of things. First off, I want to address the Dale property issue. At this point, as people are talking about number of homes and what's going to be going in there and so on, no decisions have been made yet. What we have done is the property came available and we thought it was a good site to do something. We are in the process of buying the property, but as far as what's going to happen there, that will be a conversation that we will have, and we will engage with the community at some time when we get to that. That's one of the things that happens with social media, and when things get out there, that sometimes we start talking about things, but no real decisions have been made yet. It is going to be some sort of homeless housing, but we don't know exactly what it's going to be. And as far as the property itself being historic, sometimes things are historic, sometimes they're just old. We will have to, whatever we do, have to make sure that the property follows ADA accessibility requirements and things. And it probably is not going to be possible to do that with the structure that's there. But I do want to make sure that there will be time to have conversation about what's going to be going on there. Right now, the decision has been made to purchase the property, and that's what we're in the process of doing. As I have engaged with a number of you on the PFOW issue, and we appreciate your comments tonight, appreciate the email contacts. Normally, a number of you have sent emails to the entire council. And one of the things that happens is that we're bound by a law called the Brown Act, that we really can't discuss a lot of this stuff amongst ourselves besides being in a public comment. So you've asked that I make sure and share the emails that you have sent me with my colleagues. So I'm going to actually print them out to pass them out. So I'll be doing that at this point, and then I will start with comments from council. Who would like to go first? David, go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things. I wanted, Pastor Martinez beat me to the draw, but tomorrow is Flag Day. I encourage you to fly your flag, respect your flag, fly it with pride, and understand and celebrate why we have such a wonderful symbol to hold up in our country. I did get a chance, changing subjects, I did get a chance to go visit the Project 29 Food Bank opportunity in Covina. What a wonderful, humble group of dedicated workers. Their golf games are all lousy, mine too, but they do a wonderful job in serving the public that has great need. So thank you, Hector. That other project we talk about, we're looking. Okay. So, but if you get a chance to go down and help them and or see what they're doing, I'm sure the door is open. They would welcome to show you around. Lastly, being one of the persons that the Peacocks issue has come up. First of all, I'm not going to divulge yet whether I love them or hate them, because it's either or. But I will share that it's amazing the patience that the people that live with them have tolerated. I can't imagine that. I'm going to ask staff if they would take on the task of looking at what some successes have been around us in other communities to see if there's a way to address them. I would ask that we not spend a great deal of time or resource to learn this. I think we can come up with solutions without a long time and a long study. But I will caution you that people either love them or hate them. And we've heard great talk about numbers. I don't know what number is a good number for a flock. Is 5 good, 9 good, 2 good? The gentleman that shared the great share about, hey, 2 is fine, but once you have hens, then what do you do with them? Well, if I say anymore, I'll be playing my hand, but I'm not sure about that. And it's interesting, talked about chickens. You can have 4 chickens, but a rooster cannot spend the night. Go figure that one out. That's in our ordinance. How do you tell the rooster to go home? Who knows? So anyway, we will address this and come up with a solution, but I also am confident in saying that somebody's not going to like the solution. So we just need to come to grips with, we need to do something, but someone's not going to like the answers.
David, is that a motion?
Hold on one second.
But
Sorry.
I don't know that.
Yeah, just really quickly on that front, the municipal code, looking at the commenter, it's actually 2 poultry are allowed, not 4. And it's a game bird is 10.
Better yet.
A peacock is not a game bird. There's not 10 birds allowed. It is a non-domesticated feral animal according to our municipal code, which is why they're not allowed to be fed. So I just wanted to provide that clarification on that front. And again, I know we've had some conversation at the council level about having staff come back. So I'll wait for that to go, and I'll wait for the mayor to have that before there's a motion at the appropriate time for staff. So clarity, 2 poultry, so chicken, turkeys, or what have you, 10 game animals, no roosters, and peacocks are not part of that. They're as a non-feral domesticated animal. And on that front, a council member, just I think the importance sometimes of hearing as a community member here too, I oftentimes have neighbors tell me that, you know, they've complained to the city before, and I've been here now 5 years. Several of the council members have probably not been here the last time people complained to the city. Went and pulled back police calls from 2 years ago. We had 18 total calls. You heard from an individual who had 9 or 10 this evening. We actually had a call of a bear chasing a peacock. So I haven't seen that yet, but if there is one, we'd love to see the video on that. And then we also have car versus peacock. And then we actually have a lot of people calling, complaining that people are harassing peacocks and people feeding peacocks, as the council member mentioned. It's split 50-50 down if you love or hate peacocks. So staff standing by, happy to do whatever. And I know you and the mayor may have a request of staff, so.
Michael, you want to go next?
Sure. Well, then I'll just beat to the punch, because these people, I'm sure, want to go home and us to see some action. So we can't just discuss this because it's not on the agenda. So we have to go through a process like everything else the bureaucracy has. So
The council member, I'd request you wait for the mayor to go, because I believe staff already had been asked behind the scenes to potentially look at this item.
you have, okay, I guess you have to wait for the mayor.
There you go. Thank you.
So can you talk about the Burton Road, that issue? And on top of that, can you explain to the crowd what we've been doing with the roads and
Yeah.
some of the a lot of the work that's already being done, and some of the impediments we're waiting on for water pipe, which is holding up some of the construction because it's back ordered.
Sure. So there was a comment made about not having a public works director. We don't have a permanent public works director. With the retirement, we do have an interim public works director, Moises Lopez, who also happens to be an assistant city manager here with the city, who's always available, as is staff, to answer any questions. The city is obligated to do a road study, which talks about the scores. As just all of you have known, a great deal of increased in terms of availability of materials, or a decrease available of materials, and increase of cost of living, which has increased the cost of street projects. Believe it or not, the city's actually improved its overall street score the past 4 years. They're rated on a scale from 0 to 100, sort of like old fashioned grades before there were numbers and whatever have you. So as our streets have gradually increased, although not dramatically, we still have some roads that are in bad shape. And so the city tries to pair a water project with a street project to the extent possible, because we get the biggest bang for our buck. And so at our next council meeting, we'll be adopting our next 2-year spending plan, which has this 5-year CIP. Over the past 6 months, the city has undertaken really the first in 30-year comprehensive water assessment. So the majority of the city is served by the city's water department. We take a look at that. Bender Carter, I heard that, area referenced earlier. We're currently doing a street and water project. They are expensive. Bennett Avenue, we're going in and doing a water project for the old pipe that's had a lot of break history. We're also putting in sidewalks. Those sidewalks cost an extra $600,000 above just doing the street, because the cost of concrete is more expensive. But because the number of students and the number of cars, adding a crosswalk, and then the city pays for crossing guards as well. The schools don't, the city does. So improving public safety. So at the council member's request, the city looks at all of the roads. If you do complain, and to the person who did, apologies if we have not gotten to that area. We have a dedicated tree crew that goes out and does some of the assessments. And the truth of the matter is, we have so many dollars to do some of the street improvements, and we don't always get to all those projects. However, if there is a significant safety issue, we will address it. So I know Moises is in the other room, because we have standing room only. And so I know he's heard that request and the address of the location. We'd be happy, if you leave your contact information, to be in contact with you and come out and put our eyes on that. Councilmember.
That, Adam. And could I get the chief to come up and talk about code enforcement and the Palms Restaurant, and also If, Bill, if you can opine on that long
Well, the
process.
simple answer to that is that the city prosecutor has been in court with these guys, and courts are congested and we get hearings when we can. That's finally prompted a voluntary application by the property owner to demolish the property. A demolition permit has been issued. It's our understanding that demolition is underway. It's expected to be completed by June something. Before our court hearing. If it's not completed before our court hearing, we'll get a court to order it completed. So.
And I would just also add from the courts, when there's a case, I mean, sometimes it's 6, 9, 12 months out by the time we get a court date too. So sometimes it's not an easy, and I know it's easy to blame the city and we are responsible for a lot of your complaints. But in some cases, there are lengthy timelines that we just have to address.
Yeah, and from a code enforcement angle, those are always challenging matters. We see this eyesore, this abandoned restaurant, and we want to address it immediately. And in order we can't just go in as the city entity and address that, paint the walls, put up bars on the windows or fence it. The owner has to take responsibility. And if you have a non-compliant owner, which we have encountered in this case, we have to go through the court system and we have to engage with the city attorney's office. And there's a pathway to doing that, which entails citing that person, following through with prosecution, and then finally culminating to where we are now, which is a destruction order. So we're there. It just took a long time to get there, which is not unusual in most code enforcement cases, like an abandoned building, abandoned residence, abandoned restaurant, things like that.
Great. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome, sir.
So as they mentioned, the demolition permit was ready to be issued last month, but for circumstances with the owner, it didn't get issued because they didn't pay the fee until about a week or so ago? Something of that nature. Adam? About that time. Last, Hector, real quick question. You didn't mention how folks can donate to get your van. Could you come up for me and just let everybody know, for that facility they have it's amazing, very clean, well kept, frozen foods, fresh foods, cans, boxes. They take care of everyone on a weekly basis. They have a process where families drive up, and it's heartfelt to see families. They have a room for babies, so for baby gear and things of that nature they need. I would encourage everyone to go and visit. It will pull at your heartstrings. Just really quick, if you can just.
Yeah. So you could just visit our website, is project2911.net. As well, you could just come and approach me as well. I could give you some more information as well. I'm trying to get our director's number, but her name is Dora Gomez, and she's actually the president. And just to let everybody know, one other thing is that we're all volunteers. There's no paid staff, no paid from the president down to the drivers to the people who clean. Everybody's 100% volunteer.
Thank you.
So thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, Karen?
As Mr. Friedendahl said, yes, the Peacock issue, I remember about 20 years ago, two former mayors got into a very heated argument over it. One wanted to help the peacocks, one wanted to get rid of the peacocks. And so hopefully, as the mayor speaks later, we'll have some ways to look at this and try to address some of those concerns. What I wanted to mention tonight is to ask the council to adjourn in memory of Guy Williams. Guy had served on the city council in 1978 to 1985, served as mayor in 1982 and 1983. His picture is on the wall right back there. Third one over to my right. And thank you. The gentlemen back there are showing us where that's at. Mr. Williams died recently at the age of 87 and was Glendora's Citizen of the Year in 1984. Throughout his time of living in the city of Glendora, not only serving on the council, but in a variety of other ways, just quietly behind the scenes, being a public servant, giving of his time and talents, and even up till recent days, trying to go to community events, even though a lot of the time he was confined to a wheelchair in recent months. He still tried to get out there and participate in community activities. So we extend our sympathy to his family. And so I asked Mr. Mayor that we adjourn in his memory, and we're grateful for his service to the city of Glendora.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Mendel?
Well, I'm sure that our special guest is happy that she came. Carolyn, you're seeing what sausage is made. This is where it is. And we were glad to hear from you, but I really do hope that this kind of reinvigorates you from your former life and you can remember some of these things. And the people here are great folks. And they have a real need, and I know that we are going to address it. I was out with my wife and grandson the other day, and Sheila landed like a peacock right at the Barnes and Noble book stand. And she said, no, I guess I said, man, you really are up on this peacock thing. And for 20 minutes, man, I heard it. And so we serve wherever we are. And Sheila, thank you. And everyone else that came to, talk. This is a real, major thing. So we're going to give it our best try. And thank you for that. The Goal Line, which I have a passion of, and I serve on their advisory board, the authority board. You need to, know, and you probably have seen if you've been up late, that down at Lone Hill, it's going to be closed for this week. They're doing some final work down there. So if you need to go down there, go east or west, but don't go straight down there because you're not going to like all of the lights and saying no. So if the in and out urge comes, you got to find another way to get there. But it'll be done the end of the week, and the Goal Line is going extremely well. And so thank you for all of the patience that you've shown there. And with that, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. And then I will second David's request to put the Peacock issue on a future agenda item, hopefully as soon as possible. But with that, it's important that we understand, the question was asked, do we know how many we have? I will share with you in a meeting that David and I had with Adam. And don't anybody yell at me because I live on the edge of Peacock Village, right up on Leodora. But I thought maybe we had about 30 or 40 birds in town. Adam thought we had about 100 and David thought we had about 200. And it sounds like we may have a lot more than that. But, one of the things to keep in mind, I like to tell the story. A friend of mine posted something on social media one time about a water leak that was in front of her house running for 5 days and no one's done anything about it. So she lives right around the corner from me. I got in the car, I drove up there, I went up and I talked to her and I said, hey, when did you report this? I didn't. Okay. And so that water was leaking for 5 days and we didn't know it. And if nobody happened to drive by it, we wouldn't understand that it was leaking. We couldn't do anything about it. I had shared with a number of you through correspondence that we had that honestly, this is the first time that I've heard peacock issues being this big of an issue for my neighbors. And again, David and I both live in that general area. We don't live right in the heart of it, but I have peacocks in my backyard and my front yard as well. So it's one of those things that's important to have this conversation to come out. It's very important that we think first steps are to have a count. We're not quite sure how you count peacocks, but we're going to engage somebody. I think you
One at a time. Goodness gracious. Yes.
I think Adam has already talked to somebody about the process. So
Yes.
that will be the first step. And then we will get a report back as to what some of the other cities are doing and have a robust discussion about what our next steps might be.
Yeah, that's great. We started to do some after we started getting some phone calls. The mayor encouraged to hear from the public. I'm not sure who you talked to hear from. So you guys all came out. I think it was Amy asked the question, how many peacocks that we have. And so the honest answer is we don't know. So we contacted Inland Valley Humane Society, who does our animal control for us, who is looking at staffing, and contacting Pasadena Humane Society, who did the peacock count most recently in South Pasadena, to come up with a methodology on how. Type of day, is it in people's backyards? What do we look for? So Staff did an informal count 18 months ago, 60 to 75 birds, but we were not looking in people's backyards. So some cities allow up to 150, like Rancho Palos Verdes. La Cañada Flint Ridge says 9. We'll look at all those options and definitely prepare just a report on status quo, if that's okay with you, Mayor and council member, and look forward for actions as the council member said. The last time we had this conversation was when two former mayors had a disagreement over peacocks. The ordinance was last updated in 2013 when we moved services and animal control to Inland Valley. So 2004 and 2013 were the last two. And so those are always publicly noticed agenda items. So we'll do our best to come back with that menu of options and we'll go from there.
Okay, appreciate it. And Karen?
And I was just going to say also, if any of you who have to live with the peacocks on a regular basis have seen a pattern that you could recommend to staff, hey, every day at 4 o'clock, they kind of migrate to a certain area, or whatever patterns you see that might be helpful to Inland Valley as they begin that count, please feel free to pass that information along to us, because you see them every day and kind of see what their pattern is. So as we try to count them, that might be helpful. So thank you.
Okay, I think you all have my email address by now, so. With that, I hope I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, and we've heard your concerns and we're going to be addressing it, but I do need to share on a sadder note for those of you that knew him. Tom Hill passed away today. For anybody that knows Tom, he was a larger than life figure in the city of Glendora. Tom was involved in a variety of different things. He will definitely be missed. Tom was passionate about the library, so we're adjourning our meeting tonight in memory of Guy Williams. I think it would be appropriate to hold off adjourning our meeting of July 11th in memory of Tom Hill, because that's right about the time that the library holds their annual Night on the Plaza, of which Tom was always very supportive and involved in. But we just found out just a little while before our meeting started tonight that Tom had passed away. So keep his family in your prayers, and that's what we're all about. The community is a large family, and we try to work together and try to take care of each other. So with that, I believe anything else, Adam? Okay. Yes, ma'am. That's the next item on our agenda. Oh, we're not even close to being done.
We're just getting started.
My wife's got to keep my dinner hot for a long time tonight. Okay. Okay. So we're done. I know a number of you were here about the peacocks. You're welcome to stay. We'd love to have you here the rest of our meeting, but if you'd like to go ahead and move on, we understand that tonight. So next up, we have item number 6, which is a public hearing to tabulate Proposition 218 ballots. And if no majority protests exist, consider adoption of a resolution confirming the formation of the Antique Streetlight Assessment District. Invite City Manager Adam Raymond to report. Oh, did I open the public hearing? No, I need to announce the public hearing is now open.
And you probably need to announce, since this is the streetlights, that Mendel's going to take over, or the mayor pro tem.
Are
you gonna?
That's right. I forgot about that. Okay, I actually have to recuse myself from this conversation. Because I own property, even though it's not in the district, it's adjacent to the district. So I'll recuse myself at this point.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, you have done an awesome job, and so go out and grab yourself a Coke or something.
There you go.
And Adam will go ahead, but truly, this is a historic time. This has been a issue that has been debated for many years, and tonight you're going to hear the ballots counted and reported back as to whether the streetlights stay or go. And so this is going to be a very historic time. So with that, Adam, please give us the update.
Perfect.
what you have for us.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and everyone else. For those of you who are staying, we'll give you a brief update on the antique streetlight project. So the map here before you is the general location of streetlights that were originally installed in 1911 and 1914. There are approximately 115 lights remaining. Many of the lights on what was Minnehaha or Foothill have been removed over the years, and on Glendora Avenue. The system was shut down in 2004 due to safety concerns. It's a high voltage system. Previous, as we indicated earlier, previous antique lights were removed in favor of newer types of lights. This is about the 10th time we've been before council with an update. So for those of you who've heard this presentation, I apologize. Just a really quick legislative history. The city's first landscape and lighting assessment district was established in 1976. In November of 1996, the California voters approved Proposition 218, which establishes the procedural requirements that we're going through this evening in order to establish a district. It allows for annual increases, for example, up to CPI. And it talks about the procedure in which you have to go to approve and annually renew a district. Cities previously had conversations with the community in 2004 when the lighting was shut down. Again, there were ballots in 2007 and 2008 that were unsuccessful to reestablish the lighting district and provide a financing tool for providing the monetary repairs. In January 2020, the city council had renewed interest in potentially reestablishing the district, the antique streetlight district, and to either replace or retrofit the system. In late 2021, the city received $1.5 million. We were notified as part of the budget appropriation. It was sponsored by Senator Anthony Portantino earlier that year. From May 2022 to August of 2022, the city council through staff created an ad hoc panel to potentially study the issue, to study the issue of potentially re-energizing the antique streetlights or replacing them with newer lights. In January 2023, the ad hoc committee provided its recommendations to the city council, and the city council provided staff additional direction on how to move forward. Additional important dates here were in March 2023, the city council directed staff to return with approvals to initiate the vote that's occurring this evening, including setting a public hearing, and city council at that time allocated an additional $600,000 to the project out of its discretionary funding. And in April of 2023, the city council adopted resolutions of intent to form the district, which started the process for the public hearing that is this evening, and ballots that were mailed out a minimum of 45 days ago. So just the first bullet point there. So when the council gave us the direction in April, ballots were prepared and mailed out. This evening, we will conduct a public hearing, consider all objections to the protest, either verbal or in writing. Before this evening, city had received about 150 ballots, I believe, plus or minus 5. I'm not sure what the total is yet. That will be tabulated upon opening of the public comments. So we don't tabulate them before. It's a process. They're open. The public can witness that process and watch the votes be counted. Upon close of the public hearing and testimony received, Mayor Pro Tem will begin the tabulation process. We may ask the city council continue this item while the votes are being done and hear other items on the agenda and restart this item and reopen the public hearing if necessary upon the conclusion of those ballots being counted. And then if it is the majority is received, we'll ask you to move forward with the formation. As city council directed staff, if this fails, staff will begin the process of removal of the antique lights. So the recommendations this evening in the packet are much more robust language, but here, Mayor Pro Tem, we ask that you direct the council and staff to conduct the public hearing upon the proposed antique streetlight assessment, considering all objections and protests, whether written or oral. We ask that you direct staff to tabulate the Proposition 218 ballots for the parcels within the antique streetlight district. We ask the city council adopt a resolution declaring the results of the property owner protest ballot proceeding conducted for the levy assessments related to the formation of the Antique Streetlight District. If a majority protest does exist, then we request the council abandons any further proceedings for the proposed Antique Streetlight Assessment District. As indicated earlier, directed by council. If this occurs, staff will begin the process of removing those lights. If a majority protest does not exist and the votes received approve the assessment, then we request the council adopt a resolution confirming the formation of the Antique Streetlight Assessment District and approve the final engineer's report. And so happy to answer any questions. As the council knows, we've provided some pretty significant, robust previous conversation on budget. The city's website's updated with all the information, including the updated financial terms. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem, turn it back over to you. And we're ready to open the public hearing and start the public testimony.
Adam, thank you, and hope all of that was clear. And many of you have been a part of this for several months. And so now's the time that we will begin to open up our public hearing. If you have anything to say or present, please fill out a yellow card, and the city clerk, they are right up here by the podium. And if you want to speak and you haven't filled one out, I would invite you to simply state your name and then turn the card in to the clerk. And we will also inquire of those on Zoom. Everybody who wants to speak will have a 3-minute time period.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if we can have one clarification. If the individual speaking this evening is part of the assessment vote and has not voted and asked to voice their opinion, we ask for their name and address location so we can validate that. If the speakers would just like to talk about either yay or nay and are not part of the vote, then they can provide their public commentary as well.
All right. Hopefully everybody heard that and understood that. So I am following my guidance here. So the public hearing is open now. And sir, if you would give, and sir, just stay up here. You know, we're not as formal as we sound like we might be, but the city clerk will give me the card. And are you Don Harris?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Don, thank you.
Live at 421 North Glendora.
Great.
One of the oldest houses in town. 3 things: safety, security, and liability. Think about those 3 words. Okay. And that's what the city is responsible for. These lights got shut off in 2004 for unknown reasons. There was someone said someone got shocked. So that was unconfirmed. But it is not the people that live in the street light assessment area. It's the whole city that gains to have these lights. We should not be penalized for anybody that comes down, say Glendora Avenue, say Vermont, say Vista Bonita, any of those streets, anybody that comes down those streets from up above or even down below are going to gain from streetlights, not just us. And it's the city's responsibility to provide that, not just us. And that's, I don't have a light in front of my house. My neighbor has one, but my feeling is that it's a city issue, not, we should not be penalized and we should not be taxed over this.
All right, Don, thank you.
Mr. Harris, if I can just really quick, if you have you already voted?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, I think you were next, and sir, I am sorry, but I cannot read your name. Your last name,
Trejo.
Trio or
Yeah,
Trejo?
Trejo, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so will that work? Okay.
Yep, that will.
All right, sir.
That will work.
I live on 523 North Glendora Avenue.
Right.
We got some beautiful lights on our street that they haven't been on. Of course, we moved in and they were already off. but it's super dark. It's like when there's like no moon, it's pitch black.
Yeah.
I know there's, some lights over at the intersection, but it's not enough for the whole street. I've seen the paperwork and the information that has been out. I've seen numbers and tossed around and things like that. And the reasons why the lights can't be rehabilitated or jiggered to be working again. Our lights look pretty good on our street. They don't look they feel like they can just plug them back in or something like that, but you guys know better. The one thing that honestly, I feel like I haven't gotten, and maybe because I'm more of an aesthetic person. What do these lights look like? You guys talked about in the information, like they will be replaced in historical lights. There was also somebody else that put up some information on my door. I wasn't home, that it's on our seal. The lights have been on our seal and it's the design of it. And it's like, so is that what's informing the design of the lights? So I am curious. I haven't voted. I haven't gotten a ballot, to be honest. And I'm curious to know what these look like. I mean, it might sway my vote one way or the other, but yeah, I like a little bit more information on the design of the lights.
Okay, this is territory that is new, and we normally do not answer a question.
Normally,
during
I
this
just have a
period,
couple of
but
follow-up
Adam,
questions.
Would you step?
Yeah,
in?
so one, thank you for coming this evening. So the city through Wildan mails ballots to the assessors, so the property owner on the assessor's record, the mail address that goes there. So some people called us and said they didn't get a ballot because it went to a PO box. And so they're like, oh, okay. So they went through and got it. If you're the registered owner of that property and you wish to make a vote, the city clerk's office can help you if that's the case, and we'll work with Wildan to register the vote. We also mailed ballots the second time for people who called in and they said didn't get them. We actually mailed ballots to people who said they wanted to change their vote. Not that they told us one way or the other what the vote would be. So if you're the registered owner of that property and you feel like you were missed, please let the clerk's office know and we'll work with Wildan to get you the vote. I would just add that in the presentation previously, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, about the lights, what's been talked about a lot of the times is in the village, the lights that are there are actually not the original antique street lights. Those are new lights that have made to look antique. So part of the solution or part of the conversation that was had, and just from an informational only, is if the vote passes and the city moves forward with the replacement of those lights with refurbishment lights, they actually make them to look identical to the lights that are there, height, size, and everything. So you can pick and choose the historic streetlights. There are two types of streetlights within the city, the acorn and more of the ball. So the city council would have a decision to make on the exact look and feel of those. But both of those look and feel are the same. You may have noticed that the antique streetlights that are there are not all the same size. So part of the city that's part of the issue, the city all over. So some of the globes have different size bases or different as they've been damaged. During the proceedings, we had one hit by a car. So the city council directed staff to move forward with the option that is the replacement of the lights with the same look and feel as the current antique street lights that were there. Based on feedback we got from the contractors that bid, trying to replace lights is incredibly difficult, and trying to refurbish them like new is very difficult. Because if they are damaged, have to be replaced, it's very expensive to replace.
They will look
those.
like the lights that are out there right now.
Yes.
All right.
A point of order, we're counting the votes tonight.
Yeah, right.
So
That is correct.
Is there a provisional ballot you can do?
Yeah, so if someone wants to come, they can register their vote this evening. In fact, that's on the directions that were mailed out. The directions are very clear. So that's why I was indicating if they can work with the clerk's office, we'll work with Wildan, who's doing the count, to ensure that that vote is registered. We work with the clerk's office, we'll get the Wildan representative. There's Marie right here. If you can follow Miss Ricci.
Okay, and Chris,
Yes, sir.
good evening, and you're up.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate you letting me speak. My name is Chris. We live at 536 North Glendora. We are not against streetlights. We love streetlights. They're great. But like the first caller, I believe the safety of the citizens is up to the city and not on a small group of people in the city to pay for. My wife and I have not gotten ballots yet. We keep checking. We were told that they were sent out, but we have yet to receive them. But as the first gentleman said, it's the city's responsibility to keep the citizens safe. That's what we pay our taxes for. One of the things that I didn't appreciate, somebody on the ad hoc committee that lives near us has come by our house twice, both times when I wasn't home, and almost kind of intimidating my wife to vote yes. And I thought that was kind of rude. So people who are involved in this kind of thing need to realize that not everybody agrees with you.
Right.
And just because they don't agree doesn't mean you need to get angry or anything like that. But that's my 2 cents. So thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Great, Chris. So the question is, so if you want to vote, if you and your wife are both here, then just follow this young man and you can vote.
Yes or no? Please
Okay.
please let Miss Ricci know. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your time.
And the next speaker is Susan Cox. Good evening. And you might want to just bring, yes. Oh, good.
There we go.
Testing, 1, 2,
There you
3.
go.
Okay.
You're up.
It's Suzanne Cox
Suzanne, okay.
and I'm at 501 North Glendora. Yes, I did get a ballot. I was on the ad hoc committee, but I didn't stay till the end because there were topics I just didn't agree with. So I just thought it's better that I didn't stay with it. My feelings are I have an old house. I love the old streetlights. And I do remember when they were on, they gave off a glow. They didn't brighten up the streets. It was just a glow, but it was beautiful. It was magical. And I know the wiring is very old. And so they had to be turned off. I totally understand that. My feelings from the get-go, from way back, is they're city lights. They don't belong to the residents. I believe it's the city's responsibility to put in whatever they deem they want. I've heard different ideas. I heard that we were going to get the fiberglass ones that are in town. And those are kind of cheesy. I mean, I do a lot of walking and I've been really looking at them and hitting them, and they're dirty. The paint's coming off of them, and I'm not seeing that those are repaired. So I thought if that's what we're going to get in place of the old metal ones that are still standing, after all these decades, that doesn't make me happy, because I'd rather have nothing than have fiberglass light fixtures out in front. I do have one out in front of my house, but another understanding I had heard was they're not going to remove the cement pads for where the existing streetlights are. So that would mean I wouldn't get one because there's a cement pad. So it would go in front of another house. But also, if it's voted down and you're not going to proceed, am I hearing correctly that you're still going to take down the existing ones? Okay, that's
Correct.
pretty sad.
Correct.
Because they still look cute in the daytime. I mean, they're just sitting there, but they still are attractive and they do look antique and they do go with the old neighborhoods. The ones in town are Disneyland style and they don't go with any of the neighborhoods. So that's basically all I have to say.
Okay.
And I put in my 2 cents and there you go.
All
Okay,
right, thank you.
thanks.
Appreciate that. I see one other card here, so go ahead and just tell us your name.
My name is Ian Lawrence Torino. I live at
Ian, hi.
428 North Wabash. Thank you for letting me
Great.
speak. I was on the ad hoc committee and I'm a member of the Glendora Historical Society. I was actually their appointee, so it's sort of double duty. Yeah, I bought my house in 2004 because I went kind of like the Peacock story. I went and I saw these beautiful lights and I thought, I want to live there. And then as soon as I bought the house, they were gone. So that was very disappointing. I was kind of around when the 2 rounds happened in 2007, 2008. And this time around, I wanted to be more involved. I have to say, my experience was that we kind of didn't know as an ad hoc committee, we didn't know what was happening. And then all of a sudden in April, this thing dropped. Nobody really understood it. I was the one who took the time to sit down and try to read it. We didn't really know what was going on. There's a huge amount of sort of misinformation and misconceptions going on in the city. I don't think anybody that voted knows that, like, the lights are gone. Like, I think they think, oh, well, there'll be another round again and maybe we'll get a better deal. I think that's kind of in the air. As we've heard, a lot of people feel that, why isn't the city just paying for everything? I mean, I saw the deal that was set. I don't know how this was constructed. I really appreciate that. Basically 80% of the money roughly is coming, at least for the construction, is coming from outside of the direct assessment. I appreciate that, but I don't think people are getting that. And there's wild rumors that with that, everyone is really focused on how much the assessment can go up. And a lot of people think it's literally, people are saying it's going to be $500 the next year. I don't know. There's a sort of a lack of faith in government and a lot of frustrations going on. I wish there had been a lot more transparency. And if it does get voted down, I don't know, it'll be very, very sad because I think we maybe could have done a little bit better job. I mean, for me, this is my first time getting involved in something like this. And if I do again, I think I'll be more of a pest. I don't know what would have been better. I will at least fight to try to save the one light in front of the museum. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I can talk to somebody about that. But I hope it doesn't have to be the end of the conversation, although I know a lot of people are frustrated, but there's just, people don't even exactly know what the deal was. That's the problem. And if it were an informed vote, I'd feel much more comfortable.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Eon, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. We have another one here. Good evening, sir. Just state your name, please.
Jim Griffin.
Hi, Jim.
I'm up here at the behest of my wife. And we were out canvassing about the peacocks earlier and we talked to Susie and she made some real good points. Why is it a resident's responsibility to light the street in front of their house? And I agree with Susie on that. The big reason I'm up here is my wife says, if you're going to take them out, what are you going to do with them? They would look beautiful in our backyard. Basically, that's it. But I agree with you. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna find out soon if what the people say. Is there anyone else? Sure.
If they do get taken.
Here, why don't you come up so people that are online can hear you.
For those who do know, we do have one working street light in town.
Okay.
And if you don't know where it is, it's over on Bennett. But if they do decide to get rid of the streetlights, the city could make money by selling them. And people may want them in their front yard. There is one over there by Mountain View Church that has one in their front yard.
Okay.
So you can make money by selling them.
All right. Thank you. Is there anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Do we have anybody on Zoom that would like to speak? If you can please click on the raise hand icon. I have none, but I do want to make for the record, we did receive a public comment that I made available to all the council, as well as I made copies at the counter and I made available online as well.
Yes, and we got those. So thank you. With that, I will close our public hearing and bring it back to council. Is there anybody that wants to say anything, or should we state that the vote will start first before we talk?
Mayor Pro Tem, the ballot box that's there will be counted by Wildan with the addition of any other speakers that spoke this evening that wanted to register after they were validated as a registered owner and provided proof of that. And then we ask at this time that the item be continued.
Okay.
If council would like to say anything, by all means, take that testimony first. We will then ask that you continue the item while the votes are being counted. If anyone would like to watch, they're more than welcome to watch that process.
Right. So that's going to be right next door. So if you want to go watch, you can. And the ballots are right there. None of us have seen anything. So that's how we're going to work it.
Kendall, I'd like to have.
So I will bring it back to council. And Michael, you want to go?
Adam, can you explain to the folks that they do pay for the streetlights through the lighting district?
Yeah. Is Marie here? Did you walk back in? Oh, well, we're going to bring Marie back in. She explains it much more eloquently. But in a nutshell, the lights, there's a code section which talks about public benefit and then personal benefit. Most streetlights in town, everyone pays an assessment. It's a lower assessment than what's being proposed here because there are fewer of those lights spread over a farther area. In fact, the people who bought their house actually paid for those streetlights, whether it was a condition of approval originally or not. New streetlight costs about $45,000 from Edison. That's provided. So in new construction, those homeowners are buying those streetlights when they purchase their home. It's part of the process. So The public benefit of the streetlights, depending on whatever street you're in, there is a component of that, but the vast majority of the benefit is directly to the residential ownership or other commercial ownership adjacent to those lights as specified in the state's code. So happy to explain anything further in that. If Marie comes back in when we reopen the item, happy to have Marie provide additional detail and code sections as to why that's the case or how that works. But it's pretty clear in state law how that process works.
So more than likely on your property tax bill, you're paying for streetlights.
In fact, there was an assessment here before they were shut off. And
Right.
people were paying on their property tax when it was shut off for unsafe conditions. Since they weren't on, that was removed.
So basically the wires fused in the ground after 100 years and they became unsafe. And so they were shut down because of that. And so we did get, just as a recap, we did get a grant from the state of California for $1.5 million for this project. City kicked in $600,000 for this as well, I believe, plus some engineering that we were doing to get to that point. So we were able to get some outside money and internal money to help pay for this process. Nobody wants to see these lights go away, but they are failing. I think so we're down to about half of the original ones that were originally installed. So either they're corroding at the base because some of them are steel and some of them are copper. And so with all the dogs doing their business on the base of them is corroding them and they're falling over. And all the internals are really, really old and they need to be repaired and updated. So it's less expensive to do pop-offs of something that's reproducted as opposed to repairing these because the contractors don't know how to repair these things and each one might be a little different. This is why we really can't get a good feel for the pricing. So this is where staff have really gone out there and did a really good job in trying to get the best price they possibly could without really having complete engineering. We have, what's it, 90% engineering or someplace?
It's 100% drawings, and that brings up a good point, a point of clarification for Ms. Cox. If there was a light in front of your resident or there was a pad and not a light would go in the same area. The pads just had to be increased. Building standards have changed in the last 110 years, and so we have to meet modern building codes. So the city would have to retrench adjacent to the street, put in new conduit. Everything else is basically abandoned in place in the ground. But there would be a light at the same location. Yeah, so that's how that would work. It's just as building codes change, we have to adopt as well. So we went through a pretty robust discussion with contractors and got a lot of feedback why refurbishing the lights is incredibly difficult and one-off. Each light would be unique. We actually do have some lights that are in pretty bad shape, that are leaning and falling. And so from a public safety standpoint, they need to come down.
Michael, anything else? Okay, thank you. Karen, please.
I was just going to clarify a comment was made earlier that about whether or not the lights would look like the light on our city seal. But I just wanted to point out that that is a torch. So if someone was sharing that information, unfortunately, they were misleading folks because it is represent the torch of industry and it is not what the lights look like or would look like. So I
I
just
don't
wanted
see
to
a
clarify
peacock
that.
on there though, council member.
No, I do not.
They're probably referring to my mayor's tile.
Yes, which is not the city seal, but yes. So just clarifying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. David, anything? Okay, so the public hearing is done. The ballots are going to be started to be counted.
We would ask that Mayor Pro Tem, you ask your council members if they would please continue the item until after the rest of the public hearings are heard.
That or-
Yes.
I so move.
Okay, a
I'll
second.
second.
Okay, so the motion and second has been made to continue this.
And
while
that-
other business is being done.
Mayor Pro Tem, we would ask that we bring back the mayor to do the rest of the public hearings.
Okay, so can we vote on this?
Yes,
first before
please.
he comes back? Madam Clerk, do you want to take a vote or do you want me to do it or?
That's either one.
You're better at doing it.
All right, for an oral roll call vote to continue item, Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freendall,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 4-0.
Okay. So with that, we will bring back the mayor. Mayor, welcome back and
Just point of reference, for those of you in the audience who are, or those of you following along at home, this next item is about, is it one of the next two items is about streetlights, just not these streetlights. It's an established district already, so we don't want to get confused there. And so I actually have you're going to grab the ballot. All right, thank you, Marie. Is Michael coming up to do the presentation? All right. Mayor, we are back with you at item 7.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, which is a public hearing to consider the resolution confirming the diagram assessment for the city of Glendora Streetlight Maintenance District number 1, which has nothing to do with historic streetlights for fiscal year 2023-24. Michael Sled to report. Welcome, Michael.
Good evening, and thank you for clarifying that. I was kind of dreading it when I saw that it was going to be on right after it, but yes, so good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My first presentation to you tonight will be regarding a public hearing to consider a resolution confirming a diagram and assessment for the City of Glendora Streetlight Maintenance District number 1 for fiscal year 2023-24. So the district, there we go. So the district includes almost 3,000 public streetlights, with over 90% of those owned by SCE and the remainder by the city. During the 2006 reformation of the district, voters approved annually increasing the assessment rate in an amount not exceeding the annual change in the consumer price index for all urban consumers in the Los Angeles, Riverside, and Orange County areas. For the last year, this increase was 3.65%. Parcels in the district are divided into 2 benefit zones, with those in Zone B, including those parcels in gated communities served only by public perimeter lighting, and the remainder of the district is in Zone A. Rates for FY 22-23 and FY 23-24 after CPI adjustment are shown here. District funds cover a portion of maintaining and servicing public street lighting costs on arterial roads, as well as public streetlights on local roads. They're not used for private streetlights, such as those owned by homeowners associations within gated communities, obsolete public streetlights no longer in service, such as the antique streetlights. The general benefit portion of arterial public street lighting, public safety lights positioned atop traffic signals, or traffic signals themselves. District funds not expended in any given year are transferred to the district reserve fund for future district needs. Total costs and amounts levied are shown here. The district is expected to operate at a surplus with an estimated reserve balance of $429,320 at the end of FY 23-24. Tonight's public hearing and adoption of the necessary resolutions are the last steps before submitting the assessments to Los Angeles County before the August deadline, providing a final opportunity to receive public testimony regarding the proposed assessments. So, concluding my presentation, staff recommends that the City Council open and conduct a public hearing, accept evidence and testimony presented, and in the absence of testimony to the contrary, consider the following. Adopt a City Council resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council Approving the Engineer's Report Filed." Go ahead. All right. That's it then.
Okay, thanks, Michael. At this point, I will open public comment on the streetlight maintenance district. Do we have any public comment cards?
I have received none. And do we wish? They're right there. Okay.
You know what, you can fill it out afterwards.
All right.
Go ahead and speak.
I'm sorry, I'm just walking in right now. I like to say good evening to everybody. And I do have a comment on the lights. I think that everybody didn't get a ballot. Wasn't able to know that.
Okay, I
today.
apologize, but that item, we're actually over that item and we're on the streetlight district that we're talking about now has nothing to do with the historic
I
streetlights.
see. Okay.
So we can only speak about the agenda item at this point.
Okay. All right. Well,
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what the process was.
Yeah,
Michael will help you.
If you own property within the proposed antique street lighting district and you haven't voted, go out and meet with the city clerk. And if you can verify that you live within the district and want to cast a vote, you can do that right now.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
If anybody on Zoom would like to speak, if you could please click on the raise hand icon. We have none.
Okay, I will close the public comment period, bring it back to council for any questions or comments.
No questions. I move we adopt the resolutions.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember.
That's all right. Trigger finger, go ahead. No
Okay, we
problem.
have a motion by
Accept it as is.
Mendel Thompson and a second by Michael Alawis because David's too slow. If everybody
That's
would
right.
please vote.
I'll conduct an oral call vote. Councilmember Ellis.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Freendahl.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Boyer.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
thank you. Um, Okay, I didn't close the public comment or the public hearing, but I consider it closed at this point. Okay. Next, item number 8, this is another public hearing to consider a resolution confirming a diagram and assessment of the City of Glendora Landscape Maintenance District number 1 for fiscal year 2023-24. I'll declare the public hearing open and invite Michael Sled to report again.
All right, so this will feel a little repetitive because they are a little similar, but good evening again. My second presentation tonight will be regarding a public hearing to consider a resolution confirming a diagram and assessment for the City of Glendora Landscape Maintenance District number 1 for fiscal year 2023-24. So the district currently consists of 7 zones separately levied to fund specific landscaping services in each zone. In 2003, a resolution was adopted which allowed for 6 of the 7 zones to be adjusted annually by the March to March Consumer Price Index change for the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim area for all urban consumers in an amount not to exceed 5%. For this year, the amount was 3.65%, same as the streetlights. The table above summarizes the funded maintenance services and parcel levies for each district in FY 22-23 and FY 23-24. Maps showing the parcels in each zone can be found in the engineer's report and including in the packets. Shown here are the current total levies collected and costs for each zone. Zones operating at a deficit are subsidized by other funds such as the general fund. Tonight's public hearing and adoption of the necessary resolutions are the last steps before submitting the assessments to Los Angeles County before the August deadline, providing a final opportunity to receive public testimony regarding the proposed assessments. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Then I will go ahead and open public comment for the hearing regarding our landscape maintenance district. Do we have anyone wishing to speak? Any public?
I've
comment
had no
cards?
public comment cards on, if anybody would like to speak on Zoom, if you can please click on the raise hand icon. I have none.
Okay, then I will go ahead and close the public comment for this public hearing. Bring it back to council for any questions, comments. You guys are making motions before we even think about it. Okay? Yeah, I opened a public comment. Yes, I did. Yep. I think I did. It's on video. We'll figure it out. Okay, okay, so at this point, we have a motion by Karen Davis and a second by Michael Alawis. We could ask it, everybody please vote.
I'll conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Freendahl.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Boyer.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I will close that public comment or
Thank
public
y'all.
hearing. Thanks, Michael. And we'll move on to item number 9. Another public hearing to terminate the City of Glendora's Metrolink fixed route shuttle and initiate a new morning fixed route service. Management analysis, Alicia Saniga. You know what, Alicia, am I
it's
pronouncing your
Vanessa.
name right?
It's Vanessa.
Oh, it's Vanessa. Yeah.
What did I do?
Do we have Alicia on your outline?
Yeah,
should
we
be
got
Fa-
Alicia on here.
Oh my, no, it's Vanessa. Sorry
Vanessa.
for that error.
Well,
No
then
worries.
you have no idea how to pronounce Alicia's name. I apologize.
It's no worries. It's all
Hey,
good.
tonight I had sort of a bird brain.
Literally.
Okay.
Yep. A peacock brain.
Vanessa, our apologies. but Good luck this evening
No
with your
problem.
presentation.
Okay,
Alrighty.
please go ahead.
Good evening.
Thank you.
No problem. Good evening, council. I will be presenting a public hearing to terminate the City of Glendora's Metrolink fixed route shuttle and initiate a new morning fixed route service. So in September 2020, City of Glendora adopted a Title VI
program, which ensures that no person is excluded from participation or denied benefits of service under the Title VI of Civil Rights Act of 1964. As part of Title VI, Glendora is required to hold public meetings and hearings notifying residents of any service changes. And so a public hearing notice was published on May 11th to allow for a 30-day comment period. We have received none for the Transportation Division. In addition, a public meeting was held on May 20th with one attendee, and his stance on the matter was impartial. So not positive or negative, as he does not frequent the Metrolink shuttle or the station. Shown on the PowerPoint is a Metrolink ridership for annual boardings. This will be pre-COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID. So there's about 4 to 5 years, as fiscal 23, which is the current year, is up until April. And as you can see from fiscal 19 to the current, annual boarding has dropped significantly. That is probably also due to COVID impact, as well as, people starting to work from home. And unfortunately, post-COVID, which was essentially this fiscal year, it has still not picked up in ridership. So the Metrolink service change, as part of that, staff is considering introducing a new morning fixed route similar to the midday shuttle service. And this new route would stop at most Glendora public schools. That is probably the most popular request of residents, is to begin a sort of morning route service for the students. That way they're able to get to school in the morning. We only have a midday, which is a after school shuttle. So a transit study is also set to be conducted in the fall for route optimization and efficiency. So we just want to take a look at all of Glendora transits and see, are we maximizing our routes? Are we efficient with our funding? And we will be looking into that very soon. So this is a very small table. It's the existing Metrolink route. Essentially, it just shows you a map of the route and the times in the morning, which go from 5 a.m. to about 7 a.m. So this is the existing Metrolink route that we will be terminating. And this is the new proposed route. And stops will include the library downtown area, Glendora High School, and also Goddard Middle School and Sandberg Middle School. So staff is recommending that the City Council approve the service change to terminate the City of Glendora's Metrolink fixed route shuttle and initiate a new morning fixed route service. Thank you.
Vanessa, thank you very much. At this point, I will open public comment. And do we have any public comment cards?
I have received none. If anybody on Zoom would like to speak, if you could please click on the raise hand icon. We have none.
Okay, then I will close public comment and bring it back to council for any comments or questions. Michael, no? David? Yes.
Thanks, Vanessa. Looking at the existing route, a ride from Glendora to the Metrolink is quite affordable. Really is at $1. That's hard to beat. So it kind of defeats what I was going to propose, because I was thinking, well, even if we offered this on a demand basis, like a dial-a-ride type opportunity, hard to match $1, but we might give some consideration to at least not penalizing the person that might need that ride. We can come up some way of keeping it quite affordable and attractive that might help the person needing it, even though there's not a regular route. But even if the new proposed route still gets us there, do we have any idea what those rates might be?
So the fare for Glendora Transit does not change. It's still 50 cents for seniors and persons with disability. It's 75 cents for students, and it's $1 for general, adult riders. So in terms of dial-a-ride, if users did want a ride to MetroLink, for example, station, it's not within the city of Glendora, but if that's something you'd like us to look out to maintain, access to the station, we can look into that as well. But the fare does not change. So.
Okay, well, the fact that you have a proposed alternative, maybe that's a good solution and we don't need the extra mode. So that's good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mendel?
Yeah, maybe I'm missing something, but all of the stops, the 4 stops are in the northern part of town.
Mhm.
So how was that arrived at, and how are the people from 66 South going to access this service?
Yes, so that's a great question. Currently, we have 3 types of routes geared toward Glendora Public Schools. I included one of the routes that we proposed would be a good option. Typically, we want to service for the middle schools and the high school. However, if that's something, if you would like us to explore a different route option for the different schools, we can definitely do that. We just thought to stick to Glendora Unified School District. Again, however, that's not a set route, and we can always change that if needed and if requested.
Well, I trust the data and analysis that you guys have done, but I'm just concerned about the optics, that there's nothing to Whitcomb, and there's a population, large group of people that live south of 66.
Absolutely.
And I'm just not seeing how they're going to be able to access this. Now, it's true that the students all have to come north. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to support this, but I'm just curious.
Mhm.
So that's.
Yeah, I think as part of the study, we could definitely take
Yes.
some of the other schools into consideration. The majority of requests we've had has been from GUSD, not Charter Oak, is my understanding over a period of time. So as Ms. Novandian was saying, it will be a study that is done, and so we'll make sure to take all these comments into consideration as well. But a lot of this is just based on current practices and requests to date.
And I think it's important to note that this is just one route. We do have other routes that may service these areas.
Yes.
So, it's just one of many. It's also important to note the Foothill Transit also.
Yes.
And question I had for you, Vanessa, is do we have the alternative Foothill Transit? Because there is a route that will get people from Glendora down to MetroLink. Do we have that information? I should probably know that, but I don't. And if we don't, could we possibly get it and make sure that it's on our website so that we can make sure that people know there's an alternative, especially
Mhm.
in the beginning, although 146 riders a year is less than 1 a day. But that route is important to somebody.
Absolutely.
So I think it might be important for us to make sure that we have Foothill Transit's option on there for them to be able to use it.
Yes, I do want to include all of our transit vehicles that go along the route. We also do stop at all Foothill Transit stops if it's on the route. But yes, I will also make an effort to include more info about Foothill Transit, just in case there's any stops that Glendora is not able to reach. So
Yeah,
absolutely.
Appreciate it. And then when you showed the ridership, I'm just curious, do we have the ridership from 2014, which would be before the Gold Line opened at the Citrus APU station? Because that's an alternative method of people to use to get into the Los Angeles area. And I'm wondering if we had a big drop at that time as well. Do you know?
Unfortunately, the data has been we're not even really sure when the MetroLink began, just because it's very old data. So I wasn't able to locate anything that old. I was only really able to find from like 2017, I believe, to 2018, which would just be that previous fiscal year from fiscal 19.
Okay, I appreciate it. But I would guess that probably the ridership went down once the
Mhm.
gold line,
Mhm.
opened, so.
Yeah, and I heard that anecdotally from some people who said, hey, I used to go take Metrolink, but now that the gold line's in Azusa, I'm going to do that instead.
Yes.
So I think that that has an impact.
Okay, well, we appreciate the report. And if there's no other questions, I'm looking for a motion. I got a motion by Michael and a second by David. If I could ask for everybody to vote.
I'll now conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis. Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Freedom.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Boyer.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Vanessa. And
Thank you.
you can now add your name to the wall in the city clerk's office. They have a wall in there that they keep track of the names that I mess up in my meeting, so.
Will do. Thank
And
you. again.
Lucille will be happy that it was
Oh,
someone else for a change. So don't worry.
Okay, well, we are done with our public hearings. Do we need to? We can move on with the consent calendar? Okay. Next up is our consent calendar. It's items on the consent calendar will be enacted by one motion without individual discussion unless a council member has requested it be removed and discuss. Anybody wish to pull anything from the consent calendar? Okay, we have a motion by David Friednall, a second by Karen Davis. If everyone would please vote on items 10 through 13.
I'll conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Freedom.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Boyer.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Next up, we move on to new business. Item number 14 is to award contracts for on-call emergency and maintenance services for the city of Glendora water infrastructure and approve supplemental appropriation not to exceed $29,000.
Mayor,
It's,
out of abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself from this. One of the recipients is involved in a DOE project that I'm managing, so I will step out.
okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, then we will invite Office Coordinator Ivy Gonzalez to report. Welcome, Ivy.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I'll be presenting the proposed contracts for on-call emergency and preventative maintenance services for the Water Division to help maintain the water infrastructure. A little recap of the City of Glendora's water infrastructure consists of 210 miles of water mains, 20 booster pump stations, 8 active wells, 4 imported water connections, 29 storage reservoirs, and over 13,000 meters. On the top left corner of the map is a color-coded legend which indicates the various pressure zones within the city limits. The Water Division currently has existing agreements for on-call emergency mainline repairs with TE Roberts, Big Ben, J. DeCigio that are set to expire on June 30th, 2023. These contracts have enabled staff to quickly address any urgent water line repairs that have helped with saving thousands of gallons of water. With the success of having these contracts, staff would like to broaden these perimeters to include a larger scope of services that will help maintain the water infrastructure in other areas. Staff prepared and released a request for proposal on March 9th, 2023 to broaden the scope of services to a total of 4 areas of services with well and booster pump, electrical, and chemical feed system maintenance that will now be included. Main water line emergency repair services enable staff with quickly securing and obtaining repairs for emergency work on water main lines, 2-inch to 30 inches. Emergency work is often addressed and repaired quickly, utilized in urgent emergency situations for damaged water line piping. Well and booster pump maintenance will consist of focusing on preventative or emergency repairs to wells, boosters, and hydrodynamic pump systems. Having this contract will assist staff with preventing equipment failure by obtaining routine maintenance and quickly addressing issues in emergency situations. These well and booster systems assist with the production and delivery of potable water to residents. Preventative repairs and maintenance on electrical components assist staff with addressing deterioration and repairs when needed. Varying temperatures, dirt, dust, and age can contribute to the deterioration of electrical services. Electrical components keep machinery working efficiently and effectively at water-producing sites such as booster stations, wells, and hydrodynamic systems. Chemical feed system maintenance will assist staff with obtaining assistance and preventative and emergency water treatment system solutions. This type of maintenance and repair can vary depending on the need or emergency that can affect the water treatment system. These chemical feed systems help with the disinfection process for all 8 active wells that is required and regulated by the state and federal government. This is an example of an emergency repair performed on electrical panel. On March 27th, well 5 site was vandalized. On the left is a picture of the electrical panel and how it should look. On the right, you can see the damage sustained. All of the wiring was cut out, preventing proper functionality. Having an emergency contract will assist staff with immediately requiring services to address emergency repairs. These are the contractors who responded to the RFP and provided all required information in a timely manner. These contractors are all grouped by expertise. City of Glendora has worked with many of these experienced contractors and have proven their expertise in the field. The contractors were evaluated on various questions pertaining to cost, responsiveness, and the ability to respond to critical emergencies. In the event of an emergency, these pre-approved contractors will be contacted depending on the requirements and specialty, utilizing the following priority levels. These levels are based on the situation, as each is unique and requires staff assessment prior to contacting the contractor. The fiscal year impact for 2023-2024 is a total of $1,100,000 from Water Division funds. The well 12 repairs impact the current fiscal year that is related to the vandalism to the electrical panel. Staff recommends the following. I don't have to read it, right? Okay. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ivy. Great job. A lot of information there. I'll bring it back to council. Do we have any questions?
No, just a comment. Well done, and thank you for the presentation, and certainly having that team of support staff available for emergencies is a good choice. So great job. Thank you.
Yeah, Mendel.
Just 2 things, or maybe 1 thing. So what was spent last year on a relationship like this? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't. We can run numbers. We do have numbers. I just don't have them with me.
And my second, my follow-up, so we budgeted, I'm assuming, $1 million. So I guess I was just trying to compare what we spent last year. Is this up, down?
Right. Well,
I mean, you don't have to be like exact, but do you have kind of a sense of?
right, Councilman. So last year we actually have 3 contractors, Big Ben,
Okay.
T.E. Roberts, J.D. Roberts, and we actually allocated about $125,000 per contractor.
Okay.
But we've recently realized an increase in the number of leaks that we're experiencing, the number of
Right.
emergency, and that's why we allocated additional funds up to $1 million for this.
Okay.
contract.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? So I'm looking for a motion. I've got a motion by Karen Davis, a second by David Friedenoff. I would ask that we all vote.
I'll now conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis is not here. Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Boyer.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, Ivy, thank you very much. This is your first time making a presentation to us,
It
isn't
is
it?
my first time.
Okay, well, we're not too bad to work with, are we?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll mess your name up in a few months, so, okay, thanks. Okay, well, that actually brings us to the end of our agenda, but it looks like,
I think we're ready.
okay. And with this being just the decision to vote, I don't have to leave?
You do.
Oh, I still need to leave. Okay. So, yeah, well, is everybody back? Okay, in that case.
Staff is coming in, and so
Okay, so I will recuse myself again and turn it over to Mendel, and good luck.
So what I'm doing up here is I'm scrolling back to recommendations of the PowerPoint so we can know what to do based upon what the announcement is. I'm assuming we're going to get the announcement first, which will then guide us as to what we do
yep.
or don't.
Wildan is here to give us the total counts on the
Okay.
EBUs. I believe.
Yes, so good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm here to declare the results of the property owner protest ballot proceeding conducted for the levy of assessments related to the formation of Antique Streetlight District. Out of 176 total ballots cast, 62 voted yes and 114 voted no.
All right.
No being a protest to the process, right?
So no, so it failed 35% to 65%.
Okay. So once again, 176 votes cast, 62 yes, 114 no.
So if a majority protest does not, so first of all, we ask the city council adopt a resolution declaring the results. And so
Is
I
there a motion
believe
to do that?
Roxanne is here, or Lorena, do you have the text from?
I do.
Okay.
So it's, I'm not sure which one it is though.
Jeez.
So if it's not met.
It is not met. Yes.
So if the majority protest not met, that means we'll be approving items number 1 and 3 that's listed on the screen. Is that
I'll
correct?
move items 1 to 3.
1 and 3.
Yes, and one, we asked that the council says ballots cast 176 total, representing $28,974.31, and that's the total weighted average. I mean, or the total voting yes was 35%, or 62 votes, totaling $83.95. Totaling no was 114 at $18,690.36. So if we could include those figures in the vote, we ask that council adopts resolution with those figures.
So moved.
So Michael. Sorry, if I get my mic on. Michael has moved to approve that. Is there a second to this motion?
Just to be clear, we approved the formation of the district.
No, it failed.
It
It
failed.
Right. So Michael has motioned it and David Friedendahl
I'll second.
has seconded. And Madam Clerk, will you call the vote, please?
Yes, if everyone could please vote on the dais, and then I will conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Alves.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Freendall.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
And then number 2, we'll request that the no further proceedings be done. And we'll move forward with the recommendations by council previously, which is to move forward with the removal of the antique streetlights.
Correct.
So moved.
Okay, Michael has made a motion to accept the recommendation 2. I'm waiting for the screen.
Yeah.
3, I mean, 3.
2.
2.
Yeah, because I think a minute ago on the screen, it had 1 and 3, and 3, if it's that 3 you're talking about, says adopt resolution for the formation of the antique street light.
Yeah, we had 6 different items that were before the council.
So,
Went through
it's not
several.
that number 3.
That's correct.
Yes.
It would be 1 and 2 this evening. Yes.
Yes.
So now we're voting on 2.
Okay, so I'm waiting for the motion to be put up just so
Let me
that
fix
we
it real
all
quick.
are
Sorry.
very clear about this.
Yeah.
And,
So
take
for
your time.
clarification, the first one was for item number 1 only, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
want to make sure I get this correct then.
Want to take them in individual components here this evening to try to make this, I know
No,
it's
that's
difficult.
perfect. Thank you. So I'll open up to do motion for
Okay,
item number
so,
2.
So item 2 is written there. If the majority vote does exist, then
Does-
abandon any further proceedings for the proposed.
No,
antique
it's really
street
just a
lighting.
directive from the council
Yes.
to abandon any further proceedings for the proposed antique street lighting district assessment.
Yes.
So I'll conduct an oral call vote. Councilmember Alves,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freendall,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 4-0.
Now I do have a question for staff, if I might.
Yeah.
Sure.
Uh,
Well, okay, just, saying, so are we done with all of the motions
Yes.
and actions?
Yes, sir.
The reason, I'm asking that to clarify it in my own head, and then can we bring the mayor back in?
Not till David's done asking his question on this item.
Okay, then okay, David, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. During this long protracted process, part of the discussion was should the motion not move to continue and that the removal would begin.
Yes.
I believe we discussed that we could probably do removal with in-house staff to
Yes.
mitigate the costs, which might take some time, but
Yes.
get that done. Do we have any projection, dart in the air as about when that could begin?
So I see Moises sitting back there. So subsequent to our meeting tomorrow morning on wrap up, we'll begin that conversation
Okay.
about moving staffing resources, and we'll also talk about as part of the process, there's on how we not only remove them, but then get rid of them.
Position, yeah.
The disposition happens through the city's ordinance on purchasing, which establishes policies and procedures for how we go about that process. So we'll be back before council with an information item, a council member, on both the timeline when it begins and then what that process looks like.
Thank you.
Well, and then just to follow up to that, because some of the questions tonight, disposition of those,
Right.
Mhm.
if any of that would include possibly finding their way to the Griffin's yard or
Yeah.
elsewhere.
So there will be a process for that. We're the government, so lots of processes. Honestly, they'd be inventoried. We take a look at them, as was mentioned by the council member earlier this evening. They're made out of different types of materials, and so they could have different worth. So we'll definitely work through the procedures and make very clear how that process will work moving forward. So obviously, it's a piece of Glendora history. We'd love to see as much of it preserved as possible, and we'll work to make that happen.
Michael, is there any last question?
This item? No.
On this item, yes.
No,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay,
A little saddened, but good.
yeah.
Now the mayor.
Okay. I wonder if the mayor is watching us, or
He went home.
maybe he left the building. Mayor, you're free to come back.
Hey.
Okay, well, that brings us to the end of our agenda. So member closing statements, Michael?
Just want to wish everyone a happy Father's Day and fathers to be a happy Father's Day this Sunday.
Kendall? No, Karen? David? No? Okay, well, with that, it is 9:45. I'd like to adjourn our meeting in memory of former Mayor Guy Williams, and we are adjourned.